Alright, this is going to be a test at the moment. Give me... Alright, you guys can hear everything, right? You, good enough. Is this ASMR enough for you? This is... Yes, including the sound floor. Well, that's good because, there's nothing there. Save your stream streak. Good. I told you you're gonna save it. I told you you're gonna save it. You can save that thing within like 24 hours. It'll be fine. What does that mean? What does that mean? All right. Let's do a little checkup here. Okay. That's the sound floor. Well, you hear? Do you really hear it though? I mean, I could talk like this the entire time, and it'd be the most annoying thing I've ever done in my life. But I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that. Okay, my name's up. That's the opposite of helping. That's what I said. Now, the bad writer in the background. Fuck you. Why you do that? All right. Here we have ourselves a little cozy background. I don't like the word cozy. It sounds stupid. It sounds gay. It sounds really, I don't know. It's not really gay. It just sounds weak. Ooh, cozy. Vibrating public stream. Now, there's nothing vibrating. Father's excited. He pulls up one person. Damn it. Oh, brother. Instead of cozy, let's get uncomfy. You know what? I agree with you, Lucia. Yes. We should do that from here on out. We should definitely do that from now on. Alright. It's been a week. It's been a week. It's been a week. I haven't seen you guys in a week. How you all doing? I mean, I've seen you guys in like voice chat, but that's about it. Ooh, okay. Is it really that bad? Is it really that bad? Like, should I put my microphone a little bit farther away from my mouth or what? How bad is it? All right, 1 second. Is it any better now? Testing. Alright, let me do a couple of things here. We're just testing right now. How about that? Is that better? Or is it about the same? I have to raise my voice just a little bit. Be heard. You understand this, right? This is actually putting more effort on myself and making it more comfortable enough for you guys. I don't know, like some things might get cut out. Can't talk like this at all, though. You know what? Just move my mouth. Excellent. Fuck no. The fuck do you think this is? I get it, Latin. Will you shut up? No, I have to like lower the suppression limit. I have to do it. There's no way. There's no. How about now? Testing. I like cutting out. Let me know if I'm cutting out my. Otherwise, I have to go back to the boom. I don't know. Like, this really bothers me. This really bothers me. I don't get this. You're barely clipping out. Okay. What? Let me. Okay. We're at minus 13 dBs right now. Is it bad? This is minus 13. All right. If I talk like this, okay, I just care about the. Oh, listen, I don't care about you guys. I don't give a fuck about. I don't care about you guys. I just care about delivering the ASMR, right? Oh my god. If I ever cut out, let me. Think so. If you hear that, is my table. I mean, I'm trying to be this is as soft spoken as I can be. What? As you said that. What? What? What did I do? What did I do? I cut out? God damn it. Right. Alright, this is minus 7. This is minus 7 right now. Am I cutting out right now? At all? Is the sound back? Okay. 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 Faint vibration. Good. Good. You get to enjoy the butt plug. That is totally somewhere else. But negligible? Okay. I guess I have to try my best not to make a small pink egg this time. Just make... Yeah, it's somewhere else. In the stratosphere. Sure. I forgot to do the joy face. I need to get the joy face. I'm sorry. I know I've been so sleepy. Been so sleepy. Alright. This is not a conventional stream I usually do with ASMR because it's a. Oh, but. Oh my. Okay, you know what? Alright. Let's put it back up. Boo. Minus 10. There, I put it at minus 10. My thingy. Rest can also make one sleepy. Yeah, you're right. I almost didn't make it. Taking a nap. And I took a nap and it's like. No, it's also the matter of like what time I go to bed. Body just like no, get up, you need to get up. Got to get up. Yeah, that's about that. Do you hear the sound? It's up like shit? Yeah, I know, you motherfucker, you like went up all day yesterday. Why? Why do you do this to yourself? You're insane. I mean, I get you like Pokemon rejuvenation, but felt like it? What do you want to raid? Trying to raid someone or something? Trying to catch someone in a raid? Get more viewers or something? I mean, if you like the story, that's good. Yeah, right. It's nice. It's nice that you got that. All right. Let me know if the thing is like cutting out or anything like that. Boo. Boo. Great song. And I was rated like 3 times. Yeah, that's good. Okay. You're gay. You're the one that's gay. Who the hell message? Right, from the entirety of this ASMR, Michael, you are banned from playing Fellowship. You are not allowed to play Fellowship. You are grounded. You're not allowed to have fun, honestly. Am I real, Dad? Yes, I fucking am. As real as you ever get. Jew of War, Kratos be like, boy. Okay. Guess this is all. This is all we're gonna get for the time being. I don't expect much from this. If I sound extremely well, too bad. I did my best. I did my best. I only do so much, okay? I can only do so much. All right. We're gonna read a book. We're gonna read a book. You guys like books? Unfortunately for you, it's not a Warhammer book, so get fucked, idiot. Ass fell for some excellent things we can talk about, stuff that I can read that are like dry or something more deep and meaningful instead of like something cozy and comfy. Are you gonna try Mortal Shell? I have not thought about that yet, dude. I have so much on my plate. Please don't add more to my plate. Please do not add more to my plate. I will destroy my lungs if I do that. If this works. Person of husks. You're gonna eat your plate? I'm gonna eat your plate too. There we go. That's what we're eating today. We're gonna finish that table. Yeah, the table. Just the entire table. Alright. About this. It's gonna move like right here. Alright. Alright. Got this thing going. We're just missing one thing. Oh yeah. I forgot the most important thing. Need a book. Whoop. There's a book. Book right here. The book right here. Is it? This is the book. This is the book right here. Magical book. I can't even close it. I can't even close the book. But why would I do that? Okay. Here I am wondering what to play next. You have the full one man's die of Sirs while the other one drowned. Yeah. The Necronomicon. Yeah, it's right here. We're gonna read the Necronomicon. Can you imagine that? Just say a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of Cthulhu nonsense, just like a language I can't even speak. The language I can't even phonetically like do shit about. Great Grimoire, fake news. Fake news, you're reading fake news, Risfel, man. Alright. I'm gonna keep the names on my body, and unfortunately, the biggest sign we have right now is we have OD89 forehead here. Okay. Why does this book tell like this? Why does it do that? If I turn this way... This book's a little right-winged leaning, you think? Or is it left? Depends how you look at it, huh? Now this is right. Okay. Okay, let's put on the music. Put some music background. Right, some soft, lonely music. Right. We're gonna read a thing called The Death of Ivan Ilyich by Leo Tolstoy. What is the book about? I don't fucking know. So we're gonna have to read it together. Alright, go. commence the ASMR book reading. Fake news. It's Leo Tolstoy is sometimes considered the greatest Russian writer. His prominence at the end of the 19th century was certainly unrivaled. When he died on board a train, the whole country mourned, and his estate at Yasnaya Polyana is still a place of pilgrimage. Tolstoy began as a realist writer. His novels War and Peace and Anna Karenina are staples of the world literature. After experiencing a life of unprecedented success as a writer, Tolstoy went through a profound spiritual crisis in the 1870s, cataloged his work, A Confession, published in 1884 in Geneva. That crisis is fictionalized in the short story, The Death of Ivan Ilyich, published in 1886. Alright. Go boys. During an interval in the Milvinsky trial in a large building of the law courts, the members and public prosecutor met in Ivan Egorovich Evek's private room. The conversation turned on the celebrated Krasovsky case. Fyodor Vasilievich warmly maintained that it was not subject to their fiction. Ivan Egorovich maintained the contrary, while Peter Ivanovich, not having entered into the discussion at the start, took no part in it, but looked through the Gazette it had just been handed in. "Gentlemen," he said, "Ivan Ilyich has died." "You don't say." "Here, read it yourself," replied Peter Ivanovich, handing Fyodor Vasilievich the paper still damp from the press. Surrounded by a black border were the words, "Praskovia Fedorovna Golovina, with profound sorrow, informs relatives and friends of the demise of her beloved husband, Ivan Ilyich Golovin, member of the Court of Justice, which occurred on February the 4th of this year, 1882. The funeral will take place on Friday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon." Ivan Ilyich had been a colleague of the gentlemen present and was liked by them all. He had been ill for some weeks, with an illness that's said to be incurable. His post had been kept open for him, but if there had been conjectures that in case of his death, Alexeyev might receive his appointment, and that either Vinnikov or Stabel would succeed Alexeyev. So on receiving the news of Ivan Ilyish's death, the first thought of each of the gentlemen in that private room was of the changes and promotions it might occasion among themselves or their acquaintances. Am I cutting out at all? Just let me know if there's any like weird thing. "I shall be sure to get Stabel's place or Vinnikov's," thought Fyodor Vasilievich. "Hey Odie, how you doing? Thank you for checking. I was promised that long ago. A promotion means an extra 100. Oh, I forgot one thing. I forgot another really important thing. Oops, didn't even do that. No. I forgot the most important thing. Nice, the book. Glasses, duh. I put my glasses on. Put your glasses on. Okay. So on receiving the news of Ivan Ilyish's death, the first thought of each of the gentlemen in that private room was of the changes, promotions it might cause occasion among themselves, their acquaintances. I read this. "I shall be sure to get Stabel's place or Vinnikov's," thought Fyodor Vasilievich. "Oh, Fyodor, please just... I had to say the entire name. I was promised that long ago. Promotion means an extra 800 rubles a year for me besides the allowance. Now I must apply for my brother-in-law's transfer from Kaluga," thought Peter Ivanovich. "My wife will be very glad, and then she won't be able to say that I never do anything for her relations. I thought he would never leave this bed again," said Peter, aloud. "It's very sad. But what really was the matter with him? The doctors couldn't say. At least they could, but each of them said something different. When at last I saw him, I thought he was getting better." Let me turn the music up a little bit, guys. I've been to see him since the holidays. I was always meant to go. Had he any property? I think his wife had a little, but something quite trifling. Quite trifling. Even to say quiet trifling or quite trifling. I think I might mean quite. I think that's an error in the grammar there. We shall have to go see her. But they live so terribly far away. Far away from you, you mean? Everything's far away from your place. You see, you can never forgive my living on the other side of the river, said Peter Ivanovich, smiling at Shebek. And still, talking of the distances between different parts of the city, they returned to the court. You're silently judging me? I mean, look at Einl over there. He's over there. Besides considerations as to possible transfers and promotions likely to result from Ivan Ilyich's death, the mere fact of the death of a near acquaintance aroused, as usual, in all who heard of it, complacent feeling that it is he who is dead and not I. Each one thought or felt, well, he's dead, but I'm alive. But the more intimate of Ivan Ilyich's acquaintances, his so-called friends. But he's dead? Well, I don't know what you're doing. Not help but think. They also think they have word. Right. His so-called friends could not help thinking also that they would now have to fulfill the very tiresome demands of propriety by attending the funeral service and paying a visit of condolence to the widow. Fyodor Vasilievich and Peter Ivanovich have been his nearest acquaintances. Peter Ivanovich has studied law with Ivan Ilyich and considered himself to be under obligations to him. Having told his wife at dinner time of Ivan Ilyich's death and of his conjecture that it might be possible to get her brother transferred to their circuit, Peter Ivanovich sacrificed his usual nap, put on his evening clothes, and drove to Ivan Ilyich's house. At the entrance stood a carriage and two cabs. Leaning against the wall in the hall downstairs, near the cloak stand was a coffin lid covered, cloth of gold, ornamented with a gold cord and tassels, that had been polished up with metal powder. Two ladies in black, taking off their fur cloaks. Here Ivanovich recognized one of them as Ivan Ilyich's sister, but the other was a stranger to him, his colleague Schwartz, which was coming downstairs. But on seeing Peter Ivanovich enter, he stopped and winked at him as if to say, Ivan Ilyich has made a mess of things, not like you and me. Schwartz's face, with his Piccadilly whiskers and his slim figure in evening dress, had as usual an air of elegant solemnity, which contrasted with the playfulness of his character, and had a special piquancy here, or so it seemed to Peter. Peter Ivanovich allowed the ladies to precede him, and slowly followed them upstairs. Schwartz did not come down, but remained where he was, and Peter Ivanovich understood that what he wanted to arrange where they should play bridge that evening. Hey, man, how you doing? The ladies went upstairs to the widow's room, and Schwartz, with seriously compressed lips, but a playful looking in his eyes, indicated by a twist of his eyebrows the room to the right, where the body lay. Peter Ivanovich, like everyone else on such occasions, entered feeling uncertain what he would have to do. All he knew was that at such times, it is always safe to cross oneself. He was not quite sure whether one should make obeisances. Obeisances? I don't know this word. While doing so, he therefore adopted a middle course. On entering the room, he began crossing himself and made a slight movement resembling a bow. At the same time, as far as the motion of his head and arm allowed, he surveyed the room. Two young men, apparently nephews, one of whom was a high school pupil, were leaving the room, crossing themselves as they did so. An old woman was standing motionless, and a lady with strangely arched eyebrows was saying something to her in a whisper. A vigorous, resolute church reader in a frock coat was reading something aloud, voice with an expression that precluded any contradiction. The butler's assistant, Gerasim, stepping lightly in front of Peter Ivanovich, was strewing something on the floor. Noticing this, Pierre Ivanovich was immediately aware of a faint odor of a decomposing body. This 50 Shades of Grey, it's what kind of smut book has a body that's dead? No. Shut up, Odie. The last time he called on Ivan Ilyich, Pierre Ivanovich had been seen. Pierre Ivanovich had seen Gerasim in the study. Ivan Ilyich had been particularly fond of him, and he was performing the duty of a sick nurse. Listen. Oh no, I should not say that. I should not say that. I was thinking to myself, man, what if I start reading like the Sword Art Online episode? Oh no, the chapter. Oh my god. Anyway. Pierre Ivanovich continued to make the sign of the cross, slightly inclining his head in an intermediate direction between the coffin, the reader, and the icons on the table in the corner of the room. Afterwards, when it seemed to him that this movement of his arm in crossing himself had gone on too long, he stopped and began to look at the corpse. Okay, hold on. This is only for you guys and you guys only. If I get $50 right now, I'll read the SAO 16.5. How about that? But that really depends on you guys, because what if you're fucking bored? And if you don't have enough, if you're bored, if you don't have the money to pay it, then don't do it. Otherwise, we continue on with this, don't worry about it. The what now? You heard what I said. The dead man lay, as dead men always lie, in an especially heavy way, his rigid limbs sunk in the soft cushions of the coffin, with the head forever bowed on the pillow. His yellow waxen brow, with bald patches over his sunken temples, was thrust up in the way peculiar to the dead. The protruding nose seeming to press on the upper lip. He was a much changed and grown even thinner since Pierre Ivanovich had last seen him.
The perk 30 got straight to fucking. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. That pussy got me screaming, crying, pissing, shitting, shooting ropes. I'm him. I've been him. I will continue to be him.
Well,
sea monkeys by the gallon, my tummy feel crazy. Ah! I'm getting too much money.
I guess we have a gooner in our midst. I have to look this up now. Give me a second. All right. This is so dumb. You guys are so full of hate. You guys are, oh my god. Yes, okay, Sword Art Online. Chapter. Where can I find this? Oh my god, I found it. Right there. Oh my god. Oh no. This is not good. Oh no. Hold on. Give me a second. Whoever did this, I will never, I will remember this. I will remember this. Oh my god. Looking for something that feels pleasant to the eye. Wait, Scrift has this? What the hell? I did ask for it. Rumors never win against chat. You should know that. I guess so. I guess so. Thank you for the $50. Gooner. Wait, what happened to the thing? Wait, how did I close that? How did I close the book? How did I close this book? No, it's not that. Hold on, give me. I did, yeah, I kind of did. I feel like I did like a gangogram. Oh, yeah. me a second. Give me 1 second. Okay. There we go. Wait, what? Oh. Save? What the hell? How did I say this? Give me a second. I need to read this shit. Wait. Okay, not only am I being stopped right now by the fact that I am forced to do this. Oh. How do I open this? I actually don't know how to do it. No. That I did. Something I did. Something happened. Oh. Okay, I see now. It was one. One. There we go. It was the one. Let's make this fair for everybody, okay? How about that? Oh my god, no. I asked for this. I asked for this. Let me close this little. So bad. This is so bad, dude. Oh, maybe I can make this better. Oh, I'm gonna read smut now. I'm about to read smut now to you idiots. Alright. This is so dumb, bro. This is so dumb. Thanks, Paul. You're welcome, son. You're welcome. Although this white's gonna kill me. Okay. Need to turn the music up. Alright. Can't believe this. Alright. Well. Nah, fuck this shit. We need some hold on, nah, we need some like actual like intimate shit. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Okay, we're doing this. We're doing it. Nah. Nah. Oh no. I have to do this. I have to do this. Marvin gay? Yeah, Marvin is gay. Okay. Chapter 16.5. Asura Online. You did this. You did this, by the way. You did this. Asuna plumped down naked on the sofa and glared defiantly at me. Me? Me? Okay. Let me get the... What the fuck? Kirito, hurry up and take your clothes off. she said in an authoritative tone. But we're continuing? It would be stupid if we stopped here. Oh, God. Okay, shh. ASMR. It's ASMR. I hurriedly complied, opening the window indicated by Asuna. Toggled off the option buried deep within the menu. This is about you guys, isn't it? This is all about you guys. Oh, let me tell boys. Alright, here we go. Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay. I hurry comply, opening the window indicated by Asuna. I toggle off the option buried deep within the window. You guys are so beyond saving, you know that? Because of the hurried start, there was no romantic mood to speak of. Sitting on the bed, which was slightly too small for the two of us, we slowly did as much as the system would allow. The system! The dim blue moonlight filtered through the window, casting complex shadows on the bed. Since Salenberg has no marketplace, the townspeople disappear at night. The only thing I could hear was the faint whispering of the lake and my alarm-like heartbeat, which seems to echo around the room. By this time, Asuna and I had removed all of our clothing. We had been kneeling on the bed in front of one another for about 2.5 minutes. I couldn't read Asuna's expression as she balled up her fist on her knees and looked down. Thought that I should probably be the one to take the first action in this situation. But not being able to predict the outcome of any of my choices, I sat in petrified silence. I considered, what would happen if I were to yell out, "Sorry," and re-equipped minimal clothing at max speed before skipping out? Oh my God, it's so tough. Oh my God. Okay. Would you say, she said, I guess it can't be helped, and forgive me when we meet again tomorrow? There's no way she would. Remembering back to the distant past, I was only 14 the first time that I ever logged into SAO. The winter of 8th grade. I don't want to really recall how I was at the time, but I sacrificed all of the sexual energy that starts to awaken in all boys around that age in order to immerse myself into games as a result. As a result, I've never been in a situation where I would be alone with a girl in her room. Obviously, I had also never been naked with a girl before. To tell the truth, I would have liked for Asuna, who I thought was probably a few years older than me, and thus had expertise in this area, take the lead. Hey Grip, how you doing? However, it seems that everyone in the SAO, including her, viewed me as being older than I really was, as I had never denied any of it. But there's no way that I could say to her in this situation, sorry, when I'm actually ... I strengthened my resolve, even if I didn't have the knowledge or the experience. I had never loved, or has felt such intense feelings for someone like I have for Asuna. Then why the fuck are you going for different women in the other seasons? Cheetah. Alright. Ever since SAO started, there were numerous times when I was in a situation where I told myself, you can't run away from here no matter what. But here I had to muster up a greater willpower than that as I extended my right hand and moved my body forward. My fingertips softly touched the gentle curve that was Asuna's shoulder. Oh God, no. Her body quivered sharply and slowly traced the path from the line of her collarbone to the nape of her neck. She said. Asuna let out a soft moan as her eyes closed. The blood rushed to her cheeks and her eyebrows furrowed. For some time I watched Asuna's responses. A secret delight. They touched her all over the place, slightly excited by her fresh reactions. This shit is so it fucking is, dude. It's so slightly excited by her fresh reactions. I went a bit overboard as I kept my fingertip at a point where I was just barely touching her, and continued to slightly gloat smoothly across her skin. I crawled down on her arms, which were firmly hiding both breasts. circle around her stomach and reverse direction up her arms again, and then she goes, oh my god, but why am I doing this? Every time my finger moved, Asuna's body would shake and soft moan would leak out. After caressing her entire body, I put my right hand's finger under her small chin and then lifted her head up. With my left index finger, I diligently traced her wet, shining, cherry-colored lips. No, not just your finger, she said. I stopped watching Asuna open her eyes slightly and looked at me pleadingly. She goes, kiss me. I slightly moved my face closer. Asuna's lips parted slightly as if they could not wait any longer. But instead of fastening our lips together, I softly poked her lower lip with the tip of my tongue. As if seeking me out, Asuna stuck out her tongue. But I restrained myself and moved to avoid her before softly touching her with the tip of my tongue. What are these noises? Asuna let out an irritated sound of both anticipation and need as I abruptly plunged my tongue into her mouth. Bro. Oh, that's what I sound. That's what I imagine it sounds like. I don't know. It's just your sex noises are lacking. Yeah, I know. I know they are. Can you do any better? You wouldn't, brother. I violently switched my tongue around. Violently, okay? You sound like Muppets fucking. Would you know that? How the fuck would you know that? The tactile senses in SAO are just like the sense of taste, pre-programmed and activated in the accordance to the situation. When you consider this... No, I don't need you to do that. Fuck you. Shut up. Then the only conclusion that one can draw is that the feeling of a deep kiss must have been programmed in. Well, it's not like I've ever experienced that in real life, but an indescribably bewitching feeling assaulted my nerves. My tongue entwined Asuna's, and I forcefully sucked on it as I felt all the strength to go out of her body. Her eyes were moist and dim, and she was breathing erratically as I took my tongue out of her mouth, and then proceeded to lick down her neck, behind her ear, and the hollow of her collarbone. And I eventually reached soft valleys. The soft valleys! Soft valleys! What the hell? Couldn't even call it tits! Couldn't even say breasts! Soft valleys! Okay. They were at the top of her breasts. Oh. Bro just couldn't say collarbones, could he? Which had been hidden up until now. Her whole body leaked and twitched. Her arms gripped tighter together, and she took her head from side to side. Asuna, move your arms. But... I want to see your breasts, Asuna. No, he meant the beginning where the breast starts. Shut up! I know what I'm talking about. I caught her wrists, which were crossed together, and pulled them apart as I slowly licked and sucked my way toward the peak of white breast. It was gradually being revealed. No. Asuna's arms were finally at her sides, as her twin peaks were revealed to my eyes. The swells, which were usually hidden by the loose-fitting knight's clothing and breastplate, were bigger than I had imagined. You don't say. Maybe she just slid the booba slider all the way up the top. You ever think about that? Kirito? Anyway. Full and protruding sharply forward. Their tips were a pair of nipples, which were difficult to distinguish from the surrounding area, standing impertinently in a cone-shaped form. Regrettably, the entire room was currently bathed in the blue glow of the moonlight and... Asuna turned on the light. What? No. Having accepted the rejection of my request, I sucked her left nipple into my mouth. Oh boy. And she goes, ah! Ignoring the shrill voice that Asuna let out a sudden attack, I shoot on the hard nub of my nips as my tongue rolled. Hey, shut up! Music. Talking here. At a stiff tiff, and she goes, no. I firmly held Asuna's right hand to try to push away as she cried out, while her body convulsed and moved my left hand to the other breast. I squeezed her peak between my fingers, and then gently used the nail of my index finger to stimulate the tip of her nipple. And as I torture her both breasts, Asana's convulsions and sweet cries rose in the intensity, going a bit overboard. I bit down on the protruding object in my mouth and somewhat violently began to chew on it, while at the same time the thumb and index finger of my left hand painfully twisted the other nipple. No way. Asana's body suddenly stiffened. Her arms, which now encircled the back of my head, grew tight in her grip. Oh my god, I can't even read right now. No, I'm just with my breath. Bro, no way. No way. She was unable to speak after that, laying on a hoarse, high-pitched cry from depths of her throat. Asuna twitched, and her body jumped, one before collapsing against me. She was still breathing heavily, her body intermittently convulsed slightly. Now then he goes, Asuna, just now. No, it's so embarrassing. I had never anything like that happened until now. I mean, come on, man. Until now? Asuna ducked her body and looked down in an embarrassed manner. It's nothing at all. Tell me. I moved my left hand over to Asuna's left breast as she leaned against me and grasped the nipple before pulling on it. Oh, God. No, stop. No more with the breast. What do you mean by until now? He goes, Asuna spoke haltingly in crying voice that was once again mixed with sweet moans. About the ethic code off. After I learned about it, I did it a couple of times alone. Bro, what? No fucking way. Lovis, you don't want to be here for this. No, Lovis, you do not want to be here for this. You have to mute the stream. I'm sorry. Unless you really want to be in the cringe. Lovis, shit. Take a bit chicken. What oblivion is this? What oblivion is this? This is SAO 6.55. 16.5. Won't say the writing is cringe, but they're supposed to be young. Yeah, it's really young. And then she goes, what did you do? And she goes, while thinking about Kirito, play with my breast and down below. Bro, what? This is so bad. This is so bad. Talking about her own fantasies seemed to have increased Asuna's masochistic side. Listen, man, I said $50, I'll change to this. And they did it. They did it. I had to do it, man. I had to do it. Her breathing was gradually becoming ragged. She clung to me.
28 stab wounds.
Down below, like around here. I gently moved the hand that I've been abusing her breast downward. This is a sex scene, by the way. I stroke her tense stomach, then ever so slowly move in that direction. I'll tell Gregory about this. Go ahead, tell him. Tell him. I don't mind. What's he gonna do? Condemn me? Condemn me? This is a donathon, my guy. I need 7 figures. What? Someone messaged me. Alright. I have to wait for this. I gently moved the hand that had been abusing her breast down. I stroked her tense stomach, then ever so slowly moved in that direction. Went over the slight swell. Over my fingers. It means 6 figures. I went over the slight swell of our abdomen. When my fingertips reached the entrance of the 2 mouths, Asuna gasped as her body shook. No. I used the index finger and the middle finger of my left hand to stimulate the area around her vagina.
Have you got completely utterly insane? Have you lost all your intelligence?
Where the hell is the... I need the thing. I need the... Where's the thing? Wow. Really? No one's gonna do the redeem, huh? This is so bad. Wait, where's the
penis developed
there we
for
go.
the vagina.
There we go. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Okay, that's it. The vagina. While taking care not to touch the center, I enjoyed the sensation of squeezing two mouths together, and then pulling them apart. He goes, Asuna knelt down, putting both her arms around me, and moaned while burying her face in my neck. So my fingers moved about, causing her body to jump and twitch. No. The voice gradually became hoarse as she shook her head and moved her whole body. I can't. Thinking I was stinging her too much, I gradually moved my middle finger towards the center. Why am I doing this to myself? As Asuna let out a remarkable loud cry, my finger was enveloped in a slimy sensation. That place was seemingly endless, so hot, moist, and indescribably soft that I involuntarily steered in it 2 fingers. You guys can clip whatever the hell you want. I don't give a damn, bro. No. As Asuna cried out, her body started to shake and jump without regard for that. I needed the little knob that was peeking off from the top of the sleeve of my thumb while spreading it to open with 2 fingers. It appeared that Asuna could no longer speak as she dug her nails into my back. Ah, damn, bitch. Calm down. Not to the end of the world, and arched her back as far as she could. No. I can't take it anymore. But in another sense, I was also at my limit. I wanted to see every single part of Asuna so badly that I pushed her down to the bed and grabbed her legs, spraying them apart. Oh. Shit! What? Wait, this music's getting a little too loud. Hold on, one second. I need to calm down. Asuna came out of a hasty state and bucked her body to escape as she realized she was in an extremely embarrassing position. But there's no way that I was going to be loosening my grip now. Kirito, don't look so closely. Asuna. I raised my head and looked steadily into Asuna's eyes. Should we turn on the light? No, she says. Asuna forcefully rejected my suggestion as she shook her crimson red face. Giving up, I devoted myself to examining Asuna's hidden place. Dude, it's so dumb. Yeah, clip it out of context. I don't give a damn, dude. I don't give a damn. Do what you gotta do. The soft and fluffy pubes were pure white. White? They're white! And smooth without a single hair growing there. This was to say, rather than the preference of the developers, a limitation on the system itself. Wait, is this supposed to be Wattpad? It is Wattpad, yes. Air-type objects are of the extremely heavy category. As a result, aside from hair on the head and beards, there was absolutely no hair anywhere on the bodies of the SAO players. In between the 2 smooth mouths was a single slit. And further into that were light-colored folds. From time to time, a clear fluid dripped out and flowed up towards Asuna's anus. What the fuck are you talking about? Before turning into beads of light and disappearing. Further was embarrassment or loss of strength. Asuna had stopped so struggling, so I took my hand off her right foot and slowly spread her slit open. Asuna's eyes turned vacant as she moaned softly inside the slit, compared to the information that I received from the net in the real world. This is the part that really gets me cringing. Why are you thinking about this? There was an unusually simple design with what I thought was peach-colored membrane, spreading smoothly on the inside and bottom. The vaginal opening, which tirelessly produced clear fluid, was quietly throbbing in the upper part. With the slit close together, a little protrusion peeked its head out. With an SAO, the male players must have had at least once or twice racked their brains and wondering what part of the female players looks like. But I was experiencing an absurd kind of emotion, having just discovered the answer to this question. Of course, in my own lower half, there was also a certain thing. Okay, I need to stop with the fucking... I gotta stop with the thing, bro. Of course, in my own lower half, there was also a certain thing, which, having swelled to its limits, was seeking release. Talk about his cock, bro. But this was the first time since I had entered SAO that I had become like this. There is somewhat interesting story concerning all this. I'll apologize for digressing, but you should apologize for digressing, motherfucker. You're still talking about this. But when SAO was under development, the Argus company had an internal closed alpha test phase during which time they reasoned that certain players would have no use for genitals. It would not be necessary to objectify it. However, in reality, they have found most of the male testers would experience a certain amount of severe anxiety. Even so, while there was no problem playing for several hours, when they conducted consecutive tests over a 48-hour period, they found that most of the male testers who attended this trial period were unable to stand not having their genitals and gave up. So it was from the beta testing phase that the genital parts were implemented out of a sense of necessity. Bro, Kayaba, you're insane. It would seem that this was also part of the reason why SAO players were not allowed to change their characters' genders. However, even via genital parts, the question that I had prior to the official. It does. It sounds so dumb. Goddamn. Oh, please stop pinging me. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm dead ass, bro. I'm like dead ass right now. Okay. So it was from the beta testing phase that it seemed that this was also part of the reason why SAO players were not allowed to change their characters' genders. Thank God. Thank God for that, at least. However, even if you had your genital parts, the question that I had prior to the official start of the game, meaning before the incident, was whether or not there would be no anxiety over the lack of proper function. I myself had agonized repeatedly on multiple occasions over this inability to release my pent-up energy. Now I saw that if the ethics code, or whatever, was disabled, then functionality, probably even ejaculation, was possible. Why? While feeling like I had missed out a lot by not knowing all of this until now, at this point though, I face a new question. This guy's having a whole philosophical internal critique of himself in the middle of sex. How is he not flaccid after that? Having the ethics code's release function basically meant that online virtual sex had been planned with the release of the game. SAO had many underage players such as myself, so no matter how I thought about it, this function was sure to cause a lot of social outcry. Wait a minute. Makes a point. We get a rape point right now. I mean, then again, it doesn't really matter because the guy, Kayaba Kihiko, basically just went rogue and just hid himself in whatever place he wanted to go to, and he could not be condemned or found. They could not shut the thing. They could not shut down the thing. But that's a lot of crime. That's a lot of crime right there on this record. While teasing Asuna's cute slit with my fingertips, I raised my head and posed that very question to her. What? No, she goes so she had spaced out look in her silky eyes, and her answer was punctuated by her heavy breathing. Asuna's serious disposition kicked in as she answered me. They plan to use SAO system in order to provide a personal sex service. We're probably linked with that function. I see. In other words, it's probably one of those delicate arrangements. Well, enough with the chit-chat. I used my left hand to open Asuna up as wide as possible. She wasn't mobilized anymore, but Asuna let out a sweet cry with both of her legs spread wide in the air. I brought my face close and gently pushed my tongue toward the little hole in the center. And for this part, I'm just gonna be like, okay. Asuna shook her head from side to side as she cried out. I softly stimulated the entrance to that hole with my tongue as I pushed my finger out in and out. Not that! Every time Asuna convulsed, a large amount of fluid would make a sticky sound on my tongue and as it leaked out of her vagina. And She equipped her. Forefathers and all bear witness. Having pushed my tongue into her hole, and I enjoyed the feeling of her coming to ground. I pushed myself up over Asuna. I was already swollen to my limit. I felt like I would end up coming. I continued to explore Asuna's body anymore, while softly playing with her pert nipple. I covered Asuna's lips with my own and softly whispered, "Asuna, can I?" Asuna nodded vigorously as she let out a hot breath. "Yes. Make me feel." What the fuck did you clip just now? Hey, if I'm gonna make the noise, I'm gonna make it as awkward as possible when it gets really loud. Feeling slightly dizzy at the thought of having that straight-laced, invincible warrior tell me that with such a tearful face, I pressed myself against Asuna's moistness. My penis caught on the entrance of her vagina as I moved it up and down. He goes, Asuna firmly grabbed my shoulders. With her arms, she squeezed, her eyes closed, and furrowed her eyebrows. Even in the pale blue darkness of the room, I could see that her whole body was flushed and beads of sweat shined everywhere. When I placed my hands at Asuna's side, her hips moved slightly forward. I felt a slight resistance. By the way, who the hell is Angunar? It's probably either Odie or JT. With a popping sensation, half of my penis swallowed up, side of Asuna. Then she goes, "Ah!" Even with just that, Asuna let out a scream as she arched her body to its limit. At the same time, my breath caught, and I felt a numbness spreading from my penis to the rest of my body. Having pushed my entire length into Asuna, I let my desire take over as I continued to penetrate her bit by bit. And she goes, "Ah! Ah!" Okay, I'm gonna stop that. I should stop that. Up to the elbow, dude. Yeah, right. No, Ducky, no, please don't be here. Asuna continued to scream as she continued to vigorously shake her head while her body shook. Although I really wondered if it hurt, I was no longer able to stop my hips from moving as my penis continued to plunge into Asuna's deepest parts with its loud, wet, slapping noise, just going like. That's what you're hearing right now. I'm kidding. I'm frightened? Yeah, you should be. You should be frightened. I'm being smut right now, it seems. He goes, and then eventually my penis pushed all the way into the foot of Asuna's vagina. Well, she was the woman whom I knew the best and loved the most. The crazy thought that I was deep inside Ankrat's type idol at this moment was spinning around my mind, making me go crazy. You guys are not aroused by this, right? You're just doing this for the fucking memes. I somehow managed to calm my breathing as I put my mouth close to Asuna's ear and said, "It's all inside. Does it hurt?" And she responds, "No, it's so hot. I'm going to melt." Asuna answered me in a thin, high voice as she shook her head. "Kirito, so much of you inside me." And then he goes, I also felt like melting down from the incredible heat that I was experiencing. My penis, which was tightly gripped by Asuna, was continuously sending me heat waves up my back that exploded into fireworks in my head. He goes, and she's and I was aware of Asuna's moans becoming higher and higher as I was immobilized, struggling against the sensations that would threaten to overwhelm me. As if in anticipation, her slit also continued to tightly massage me with its convulsions. "No way! I can." Asuna's voice, which sounded as if she was becoming delirious from the heat, was changing into a meltingly sweet sound, and, "No, again! I'm coming! And she threw her head back with a jerk, and then she screams, go, "Ah!" And, screaming loudly, Asuna climaxed for the second time. At the same time, my penis was squeezed with an incredible pleasure, and to my horror, I felt a raging sense boiling up inside me, seeking release.
Exclamation mark!
And I bit my lip and fought against the feeling, supported by the thought that I couldn't relax when we hadn't even reciprocated once. I was somehow able to quell the urge. Panting heavily, I embraced Asuna's body, which was slim from orgasm. I knew I didn't have much time left, so I finally pulled all the way back to the opening of her vagina, before pushing all the way in one thrust. Smack! Our bodily fluids flew about, and she screams again. Ah! Asuna's eyes flew open as she let out a shriek. No! If you do that, I'm going to go crazy. ... I was once again forced to stop while deep inside of Asuna. The hot, soft sensation surrounded me as the throwing of the falls penetrated my entire being. You guys are so promiscuous, all of you. Asuna come several times already. As we stay like what a Chad. As we stay like this, I would eventually end up coming. But I didn't feel like that would be a very way to finish. So after thinking for a moment, I gently began shifting my body. What? Lifting up a drowsy looking Asuna's body, I move underneath. Eventually, who wrote this? The guy who wrote the SAO story, the light novel. This is canon, by the way. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I wrote the thing. I can write better smut than this. I can write better smut than this, brother. Shut up. Don't at me. For $100, I'll write that smut, by the way. Yeah, no, this is canon to the story. This is actually canon, Ducky. I'm not making this up. No, don't bet. Please don't bet. Oh my god. There is such a thing known as selling my soul to the devil. You know that? Lifting up a drowsy-looking Asuna's body, I moved underneath. Eventually, the two of us switched positions, with me on my back and Asuna in a mounted position on top of me. As soon as Asuna realized what sort of position she was in, her face turned even redder as she shook her head from side to side. Oh no, this is embarrassing. Asuna, you try moving. Huh? Oh, okay. Why do I have to moan, bro? Why do I have to moan this? Asuna blushed shyly as she noted and began to gently rock her body. I'm sorry that I'm the only one feeling good, Kirito. You can come to... Bro, he's a Chad. How the hell is he... How is he holding out this much? Bro should have come, like, 5 minutes ago. What's something about it isn't normal. No, it's not. It's really not. A sticky sound was coming from the slit that was being pierced by my penis. Asuna's movements were minimal, but the powerfully numbing feeling was spreading through my body again. Right when I thought, this rate, going to come right away. He goes, Her voice once again mixed with the sound of arousal. Asuna bent down the fingers of her right hand. She moved her hips up and down. Why am I like this? Like this? Bro, am I fucking Deme or something? Am I Demonishki? Is this my legacy now? Asuna's long chestnut colored hair flew into the air every time she shook her head. Beads of sweat also flew about, turning into light before disappearing. Sorry, Kirito. I'm coming? I sound like a fucking nerd when I just said that. Asuna threw her body back while drawing out the last part of her sentence. She violently convulsed 3 times. 3 times? How? You're lucky you even got 1. This dude. Her breasts, which were sticking out in front of her, danced in time with those motions. I was in no position to pause and admire the sight of Asuna with her eyes scrunched closed and her teeth gritted together, looking incredibly cute yet horribly lewd all at the same time. Promiscuous. Asuna's vagina gripped my penis tightly. I was once again assaulted with the powerful urge to come. Thinking that I wouldn't be able to resist it this time, I instinctively pushed up into Asuna's core with abandon. Gripping her hips with my hands, I shoved my hard penis in as hard as I could before pulling out again. Being suddenly assaulted right after coming, all Asuna could do was frantically writhe about. I took her hand, which was extended towards me, and linked our fingers together. I need water, bro. This hurts. This really hurts. Every time I stirred up Asuna's insides, our overflowing juices would fly about as the place of our joining melted in endless heat. Amazing. You shut up. Her bouncing breasts also sent large marks of sweat flying about. Asuna was laying out delirious sweet moans with a completely melted look on her face. Nobody's hydrating me, by the way. You guys are assholes. Yes, let it out, Kirito. Let out a lot. as I shoved myself into Asuna, I released all my pent-up sensations that I had stretched to the limits. Asuna! Fuck you, Palin Shadows. Ah! Okay, no, I should really just. Ah! Oh no! I could feel my hot sperm gushing deep into Asuna as she trembled. Yet another climax.
2 years worth of cement made of glopping noise as it flowed endlessly into Asuna.
As every time my penis twitched, fireworks would go off in my head. Through seeing all that I had to give her, Asuna's strength gave out. She fell on top of me. I gently embraced Asuna while she continued to gasp and convulse as she was being stimulated by the fluids inside her body. Consciousness dimmed. You happy? Is this from 2017? No. It was updated 17 at 2017. You read, bro. Oh my god, it's painful. You guys did this to me. You did this to me. I mean, I did it to myself. Wait, shut this fucking music up. Enough. Why was this written? Why was this written? Well, don't ask questions. Don't ask questions that you don't want the answer to. Whoever paid $50 needs to be showered 10 times in holy water. The person who paid $50 for this must have been either JT or Odie. It had to be one of them. Had to be one of them. Oh yeah, what the fuck do you guys clip anyway? What you guys fucking clipped? Oh brother. Oh brother. Yeah, the ha. Can't take it anymore. You could check. No, it shows the name. It doesn't show the. I mean, I can probably check it on my PayPal, but I'm not doing that right now. Well, I did the ASMR. I don't know what more you guys want. It's been like an hour and 22 minutes. I don't think you guys want me to read the entire thing of like the death of Ivan Illich. I don't think it would be. I honestly requested it because I felt that this thing was fucking boring. Like this shit right here, man. Ivan, what? This thing right here, man. Let me. I mean, why would you even want me to read this? I'm just glad that a certain someone is not here right now. Unfortunately, yeah, no, I'm happy for that. I'm so happy for that. What the fuck is that? What is this clip? I was praying she would throw up. She would show up. Yeah, no. Why or who was about this blood pilot thing? Oh, so this thing is supposed to be called hold on. Oh my god. It's Leo Tolstoy's book, The Death of Ivan Illich. So the thing about Leo Tolstoy, story wise, he's basically some dude who didn't really like understand. He was so promiscuous in his youth. When he got married, he had like 6 children, and then when he got older, he basically started having like some second thoughts, some doubts about the way he lived his life, and he started living like a pet sort. That he started to like devote himself to Christianity, but then he would also interpret the book in a way that was not like accurate. Basically, he was saying he was the arbiter of like what the book means, and he basically started a cult. The cult got so bad that he got excommunicated from church, actually. And then he basically just lived a life of depression the entire time. I guess he carved his own path too hard. Yeah, one of Tolstoy's stories. Yeah, that's the one. But I thought to myself, yeah, this might be a little boring for you guys. I also realized, though, you are fucking degenerates. That being said, no, that offer for $100. Dig too deep at the tunnel will collapse. Yeah, pretty much. The offer still stands, by the way. If I ever get $100 from this one donathon, I will write a smut book. I will write a smut thing. And it'll be much better than what the fuck you guys just read. Alright. No. Hold on. It's not $100 accumulated. It's $100 like straight up, like cash. Just like immediately. Like right now. I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a damn. This doesn't bother me. I will write things that you never thought was possible in this day and age. It'll be so much better than what the fuck you guys read on social media. No plaps. No slurps. No shilks. You know those things? You know, those certain sounds that people make. Alright. I need somebody that's like good at this. Do you think do you think this is a good enough ASMR? You think I did good? You think this is alright? And then she offered herself into Christ, the greatest joy of all in one fate. Hold on. 100% can't wait to read the book. What book? Ain't no book. Your boys carry, but man, was it shit in execution? Okay. Well, yeah, man. I fucking suffered. I'm the one that's suffering. Okay. Should I stop? Is that the end? Yeah, I can't execute the modes, man. I'm sorry. Female modes, I can't do it. I just can't do it. It hurts my soul to do that. You're the streamer, you don't have a manager. I mean, alright, fuck it. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it.
Extra
Well, I guess that's enough for today. This book is gone. Consolation for the torture. Thank you. Alright, let me put the filter back up. And talk to you guys for a little bit. Back to 30 decibels, so you don't have to hear that noise. Noise. You know that noise? Okay, you, get out of here. I don't want you anymore. You did your function. Shout out to Niche for writing so beautiful, this beautiful SAO fanfic. Shut up, dude. I hate that guy. Yeah? You hate Niche, really? Okay. Okay, let me put the music up, bro. I can't believe I did that, dude. No. Oh my god. Oh, my philosophical needs are fulfilled, bro. You're philosophically illiterate as hell. Shut your goddamn pie hole. Goddamn. All right. We're back to just chatting. Put this goddamn thing in the bag. There we go. All right. My rage rises. Rage. Thank you for Berserk Clang. I appreciate that. It fucking me. Wait, did that thing not sound out? Oh my god, I think I had. No, it did work. Nobody did that at all throughout the entire reading. Scam. Yeah, true. True. You got scammed. Philosophers were all illiterate. Philosophy is just deeper introspection. No. Hold on. You can't say all philosophers. You can't say all philosophers were all illiterate. Otherwise, how the hell would they even think with their minds? Thank you for the hydrate. Are you calling me illiterate? I didn't say you're illiterate. The fuck are you claiming me for, man? Goddamn. So full of hate. Okay. Thinking does not require literacy. Yes, it does. It's philosophical. What do you mean you're still scammed? What are you scammed for? Oh, thank you. No fucking fight. Damn, I know spitting on me a degree. No clank. Oh wait, the clank's not working? The hell? Hold on. Let me Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, I see. I got it. There. You do it now. Here you go. My bad. Okay. Refund their points if you need to. Wow. Every time you say wow.
Oh, you almost had it. You're gonna be quicker than that.
Every time you say wow, just imagine the cat gif, the one you send me sometimes. You go, wow. Like that one. Alright, boys and girls. The ASMR is over. Guess I gotta throw my philosophy degree and just hug my history one. I mean, at the end of the day, philosophy ends up teaching history in some way, aren't they? He said that she said that the humans are human beings. That people are human beings. Yeah. It's just studying thoughts of somebody that people thought. The thoughts of someone that someone thought. Alright. Well, I don't know what to do. We're just gonna be chatting all the time. Talk about stuff. Oh yeah. May as well talk about this. What a week, man. What a fucking week we've been having last week. The week that I decided not to do anything is quite the week. We have drama here, drama there. We have people pretending to... We have people having sex in the middle of a stream. We have death threats. We have Asmongold being slightly less cringe than what he did last week before that. We have Powder doing Powder things. We have VTuber drama with Moojing getting things wrong. And then Powder also. Total Drama Island IRL edition. No, this is VTuber edition, my guy. There's no way. And we have the testimonies of many people in the UK coming out and telling their stories about the grave situation they're having over there with the gang, the many Muslim gangs. Oh god, that one actually like hurts my brain. How do we come to that? Alright then. I guess hold on, I should probably get on Twitch. It's like, how do we even... And the thing is, it's not even a thing that's been new for a long time, you know? It's not even a new thing. It's been there for like 70 years, and only now they're starting to take notice of it. Like UK sucks, man. UK's full of shit. Right. Alright. We have actually no, we're gonna do that. Alright. But also why the UK UPM is resigning. Yeah, no, I saw that. I noticed that the Prime Minister resigned. Thank God. But I don't think it's gonna solve anything. It's also more than just the UK. Well, rip those guys. Rip those guys. Like, I honestly, I can't understand why it took them this long to even do anything about it. This long for anyone to even, like, intervene in the situation. To even say anything about the whole thing. Like, what is even going on? How do we come to that? Easy, our leaders were paid off and betrayed us all by taking the third world, and dropping it onto the first world without any sort of filter. But it's like even the Queen, dude. If she's still alive. They're all complicit, I guess. 70 years, man. I can't believe it. Oh yeah. All right, boys. Let's do some reacts. All right. Let's do some reacts. We can talk about things. King died like when. I think she did. Yeah. I think she might have died. Yeah. He said. Bro, I can't believe you guys. You know, you guys, by the way, you guys know that if you clip me, you can post it in the clips channel in my server if you guys really want to see and what's going on over there. It really helps a lot, by the way. React content. React code. What do I want to look like? Alright. Okay. Alright, we'll watch a couple of things. Some of them are kind of controversial a little bit, and others are just gonna be funny or stupid. And others just gonna be, you know, whatever. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Alright, shut up. Shut up. You're welcome, Moaner. Yeah. Whatever. Who asked you? Who asked your goddamn opinion? Oh, Lucia! I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna be bringing up a video of yours that you posted down. Oh, but you picked nerd. Okay, so you missed out. First, I picked the death of Ivan Illich, and then I told him, if anybody donates $50, I'll read Sword Art Online 16.5. And I did. And I made the sounds. I executed the sounds poorly, but I did that on purpose because I'm not gonna fucking elicit anything for you guys. And you can blame JT and Odie for that. I was reading the thing, and they changed the material right away, immediately. All right. Bruh. Yeah, I know. Bruh. Indeed. It was 6 o'clock. You guys are fucking hurting me. You guys, it's all over the screen, Father. I demand compensation. Yeah, well. Fuck it, dude. Imagine somebody just go in here and be like, can I take your money back? Yeah. You guys do your clips. Alright. Let's do this. Alright. We're going into the React channel. We're going to React politics and stuff and about real life and all that shit. Alright. Vanny, back to work. Vanny, I fucking said the command. Vanny, back to work. Thank you. His pronunciation of Russian names was criminal. I like to see you do better, my guy. I like to see you do better. Alright. Name of the video. Was Christianity an ancient psyop?
You know what Christianity
Whoa. Turn on.
is. But what you were handed is the Sunday school version. The real thing is older, sharper, and more strategic than either atheists or believers will ever give it credit. Christianity was at least in part a psyop by the philosophers of Alexandria.
Okay, this sounds stupid. Alucia, what the fuck did you send me?
Against the Roman Empire. Rome conquered the world with iron and blood. Christianity conquered what people believed was true. Christianity waltzed into the Roman metaphysical world and began replacing the psychological scaffolding of the empire. It replaced what suffering meant, who had authority, and what the meaning of reality even was at all. The Roman world taught that the gods loved the strong. The Christian world began telling peasants that God loved everyone. That idea is catastrophic to an
The fuck is AO3?
Iron Age empire. This is warfare over the psyche, over the soul, over the metaphysical grammar that determines how an entire civilization operates their lives. And you can't even...
You seen that made me want to scare like a roach when the lights turn on. Well, what the fuck does that mean? Why do you hate me so much, man? Just tell me what it is! Just tell me what it is!
Understand the violence of that shift until you understand how alien Roman pagan metaphysics were. Modern people hear paganism and picture TikToks of crystal girls praying to Venus.
Crystal girls praying to Venus? Oh no. Archive of our own. Fanfic archive. Oh, I see. That's so hard? Bruh. Bro, not the crystal girls.
That's not what Rome was doing. Rome had an ontology that made empire feel natural and justified. In that world, the divine isn't a moral father judging your heart. The divine is an array of cosmic forces, all competing for their own aims, seeing human beings as nothing more than a plaything at best and varmint at worst. Virtue had little to do with how merciful you were, and more so aligned with order, status, duty, and honor.
The fuck am I
The
watching,
poor
dude?
are poor because their ancestors were weak, or they brought dishonor before the gods. The gods favor the strong because strength looks like the signature of the cosmos. Victory is proof. Prosperity is proof. Rome's existence as an empire was its metaphysical argument. So when Christianity says that the sacred is not impressed by your strength, not localized in a city's patron deity, but is the one absolute center that calls the weak blessed, that is a hostile metaphysical intrusion.
Category.
It tells a peasant or a slave something Rome's entire
Okay, but what
grammar
about the-
was built to prevent
Get to
them
the
from
psyop
believing.
part.
That your suffering is not proof that you are spiritually inferior. That your low status is not a divine verdict. That statement does not need swords to destabilize an empire. It destabilizes it at the level of psychological legitimacy. Rome didn't lose to Christianity because Christianity had better weapons. It lost because Christianity rewired the default psychological settings of the empire. By the end of this video, you will see it as one of the most successful psychological inversions in all of human history.
Okay.
The historical Jesus is the spark, but what we call Christianity is the architecture built around that spark, designed to spread it, protect it, explain it, and yes, to rewire the metaphysical immune system of the Roman state. And that rewiring didn't stop at Rome. It became global. It became the background atmosphere of the entirety of Western civilization, and through the West, it soaked into the rest of the world. Now, before we go further,
Bro, there's a cat.
I'm not going to do the Reddit atheist thing. I take God very seriously, but I must clarify my own beliefs so you
Okay.
understand my own biases. When I use the word Christ, I do not limit that word to Jesus of Nazareth. I mean the method in which the mind that created reality expresses love towards its creation. For most people, that word Christ is fused inseparably with Jesus of Nazareth. In very simple terms, I define Christ as the means in which the infinite stands alongside the finite and says to the finite, I suffer with you. This is a position that is neither Orthodox Christian nor atheist. And that is my baseline.
All right,
But the
that's quite the
historical
claim.
religion called Christianity is not a simple unbroken chain from Jesus to your modern church. It is a construction, a structure assembled over centuries. That doesn't make it false, it makes it layered. It makes it historical. It makes it something you could actually understand instead of something you merely inherit. Most Christians
Alicia, why the fuck did you give me this? Why? Okay, let me look at the comments real quick. I need to see what the fuck is going on here. Ironically, using logic to represent Romans and Christians is the most aesthetically pleasing AI I've ever seen. How many views does it get? 95,000. It's just a dude.
were raised on a story. God makes the world in 7 days, humans fall, Jesus comes down to earth, dies, and rises. That story suggests continuity. Like nobody touched the message with human hands.
I know.
But if you look at the first few centuries, you do not find a straight road. You find a battlefield. Rival gospels, competing theologies, and communities that didn't even agree on what Jesus even was. Out of that chaos, one package wins, and the winning package becomes what we call orthodoxy. And once that orthodoxy won, it rewrote the past as if it was the only thing that ever existed.
I mean, what makes you say that? And how can you prove that?
The strangest thing about Christianity is what it used to grow. The people behind it took a combination of Neoplatonism and Jewish mysticism and then grafted it on an apocalyptic preacher named Jesus the Nazarene. And to understand this further, we must leave Galilee and head to Alexandria, where these intellectual weapons were being forged for psychological warfare.
He really sounds like a Mormon Glazer, dude.
Jesus was a Jewish apocalyptic preacher in a world simmering with end-time expectations. He spoke in a language of kingdom, judgment, and repentance. Imagine a village living under a landlord who taxes them so aggressively that their children begin to starve. Then a man walks into that village square and starts speaking like the landlord is already dying, like the meaning of power is about to invert, and that he and his father are the true landlord. If you are Rome, what do you do with a movement that treats imperial power like a temporary lie, that treats suffering like a doorway to the divine? Well, you execute its leader. You cut the head off and the thing dies. But it didn't die. In fact, it spread. And here is where that spark becomes the architecture of the West. Because a dead teacher can become a memory, perhaps even a martyr. But the moment you claim that this man's death and resurrection means something for the structure of reality itself, now you're not just honoring a martyr, you're installing a new map of reality into human psychology. And for that, you need language that can carry the weight across the empire. You need concepts that can travel. You need metaphysics. You need Alexandria.
No, you don't need Alexandria. Alexandria is just a bunch of fucking pagans, dude.
Was where Jewish mysticism collided with Greek philosophy at full intensity. Picture the Great Library. Endless shelves
I'll
of
listen to what he has to
scrolls.
say. I wanna see
Air
what he has to
thick
say.
with
Like, what's
dust and ink. Scholars and philosophers arguing about the nature of being. Alexandria was like the New York City of its time, an elite academic hub where the most sophisticated thinkers on the planet converged to parse out what existence even is. The philosophical atmosphere of the city was deeply Platonic. By the 1st century, Platonism had already developed into a sophisticated metaphysical tradition.
Okay.
Plato himself had argued that reality ultimately derives from a highest principle he called the form.
My biggest, see, I can just dissect this entire thing at its core and just say, like, with a presupposition. You just ask the question, what is a mind, and who grants you a mind? If you say you grant yourself a mind, you're basically presupposing existence. I think Lois would be better at saying this type of stuff. But basically, if you say, if you ontologically believe that you are before a mind, you can't prove someone else granted me that mind, but go on. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. No one else can give you a mind except for the one thing. The one true thing. And he's basically saying, oh yeah, we're just thinking, bro.
Of the good. Later Platonists pushed this idea further and described the ultimate source of reality as the One, sometimes called the monad. The monad is the absolute unity behind everything that exists. All multiplicity flows outward from it. Everything that exists participates in it.
This is such a fucking...
But it itself remains beyond division, beyond change, and beyond the material world. This way of thinking created something new in the ancient world. A philosophical argument
really is just
for
God.
A single ultimate divine source of reality.
Oh God.
Not a tribal god, not a local deity. One metaphysical center behind all creation.
Oh God.
Ironically, that language does not originate with the Hebrews. The earliest layers of Jewish tradition look closer to what scholars call henotheism. The Hebrew scriptures frequently acknowledge the existence of other divine beings. The commandment is not that other gods do not exist, but that Israel must worship Yahweh above all. You could think of henotheism as my dad could beat up your dad, but in terms of divine entities.
Yeah, my God could be your God.
They don't deny the existence of other gods, they just claim that theirs is the strongest.
Yeah, that's a bunch of lunacy. That's a bunch of heresy right there.
You even see hints of a divine council in several passages of the Hebrew Bible. Strict philosophical monotheism emerges gradually, and it emerges in the same centuries that Jewish thinkers are interacting with Greek philosophy, particularly Neoplatonism. So when you recognize this historical distinction, that monotheism actually originates in Platonic thought, not the Hebrew Torah, you start to see the obvious influence of Greek philosophy in the Christian religion. I would go as far as to say that it
That is quite the claim, my guy. And you're basically signing the idea. I mean, doesn't that just make Christianity in itself a blasphemy? I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm starting to go into the idea that I should just like look up content and not like pretend to know what the fuck I'm looking at. But I'm also gonna question it and see what makes it true, what makes it like consistent. This guy is just this guy is all over the place, man.
Transcends mere influence and is actually the grounding foundation of Christian thought. Which brings us right back to Alexandria. One of the most important figures in this
guy's a Mormon space wife.
environment was Philo of Alexandria, a Jewish philosopher living in the 1st century. Philo believed that Greek philosophy and Hebrew scripture were describing the same ultimate reality using different languages. So he began interpreting the Hebrew Torah through Platonic metaphysics. In his reading, the transcendent God is too far beyond the material world to interact with directly. There must be a mediating principle between the infinite and the finite. Philo called that mediating principle the logos.
Logos. It's logos. You don't say logos, you idiot. And yes, that's Jesus Christ.
For him, the logos is the rational structure.
Oh my God, I would get so triggered with the way he pronounces this word.
God creates and governs the world. The pattern that organizes reality. The intelligible order that allows the universe to exist at all as a coherent system. This concept already existed in Greek philosophy. Heraclitus used the logos to describe the rational structure behind the cosmos. The Stoics later used the same word to describe the organizing reason permeating reality. Philo.
I have a problem trying to okay, so I have no idea how the hell Alexandria connects to Christianity. It just seems like they're just granting themselves a lot of concepts that are just like beyond you know, their own like, you know, human understanding. And then when the universe provides the answer, which is Jesus Christ, therefore it all has to be like, oh, that means Alexandria predicted it. Oh,
merges that Greek concept with the Hebrew idea of a divine word and wisdom. Logos becomes the bridge between the
my knowledge Alexandria doesn't have any connections. It doesn't. This guy is just making a huge assertion right now.
Transcendent God and the physical world. This intellectual environment is the background for the Gospel of John.
You don't know. We can't just say it's the background for the Gospel of John. You can't just say that.
John opens his text with a statement that would immediately resonate with both Jewish and Greek audiences.
No! He went against Jewish audiences, or rather, the Jewish temple.
In the beginning, there was the Logos. To a Greek reader, that means the rational structure underlying the universe. To a Jewish reader, it echoes the creative word of God in Genesis. John then makes a claim that neither tradition had made before. that the Logos had become flesh.
Yeah, become flesh, you know.
Once Jesus is identified as the Logos, Christianity
I have to wonder, is this guy AI? Is this guy an AI guy?
becomes a metaphysical system that claims to explain the relationship between spirit, matter, eternity, and time. If Jesus is the Logos, then Caesar is not the axis of the world. If ultimate reality reveals itself through humility and mercy, then Rome's theology of strength is exposed as spiritually counterfeit and rotten.
I mean, yeah, that does add up.
Rome could tolerate countless local cults as long as they stayed in their box, paid their taxes, and offered gifts to the empire. What Rome cannot tolerate long-term is a metaphysical
I don't know what Caesar has anything to... I don't know why he brought that up!
claim that redefines what power even is. In the face of such a universal and merciful God, the Roman theology of strength is exposed as weak. This is psychological warfare. It doesn't attack Rome's walls. It attacks Rome's sense of meaning. It doesn't say, go kill the emperor. It says, the emperor is not what you think he is. And that...
I don't think anybody went out of the way in saying, oh, Jesus is, you know, Jesus said that Caesar is not that guy. No one ever said anything. No one ever said anything about Caesar. Caesar was just one dude. Over there, governing Rome.
is even more dangerous.
Yeah, no, the Christians were just, you know, wandering around. Spreading the good word. Like, I mean, not spreading the good word, but just going around and just like living their lives. Trying to live their lives in a Jewish occupied state, you could say. It was actually Miraculous who brought up the Christ potion of the Gauls, and then Asterix and Obelix be upset. What the fuck? You're just saying a bunch of bullshit there.
The word of Christ then spread through bodies and bread, through house churches and shared meals, letters moving from family members and friends through cities and trade routes. In a world without safety nets, Christian communities functioned as a parallel social system. They buried the dead, they pooled money and resources.
Greeks and Romans buried the dead too, my guy. What are you talking about?
They tended to the sick. This is a theme I often discuss on my channel. The only
I don't think you get enough pushback, my guy.
meaningful way to challenge a power structure is to build a parallel power structure that offers
Is there
people
such a
more
thing as being
stability
too wet?
than the incumbent power structure. Christianity did not topple
Keep the
Rome
hydrate.
by razing it to the ground. They toppled it by creating a community and way of life that offered people more fulfillment and stability than the Roman world ever could. Fast forward to Constantine. He didn't invent Christianity, but he did recognize a structure that already worked, and by legalizing it, the state changed the game. Christianity replaced Rome's technology of loyalty with an even deeper one. Instead of loyalty through public sacrifice and honor, it offers loyalty through inner conversion. Instead of the emperor as the mediator of a human's worth, it offers a crucified God. A crucified God is a metaphysical bomb. The ancient world did not worship weakness. Worship was reserved only for the powerful.
Yeah.
Christianity takes the empire's most humiliating instrument and torture device, the cross, and says, this is the tool that reveals the truth. That move rewires the moral imagination. It infects art, law, and consciousness. It changes what people praise and what they fear. Even secular modern people live inside categories forged by Christian metaphysics.
Yeah. I'll give you that one. I might be wrong about this, but yeah, a lot of people who think that, oh, this is wrong, grape is wrong, or, you know, this is right, or, you know, corruption bad. Yeah. Where do you get the ethics to even get the idea to say those things? Christianity, you fucking retards.
The idea that history has a direction. The idea...
I know I'm very, like, aggressive when I make that claim. When I like, get so, like, upset with, like, you know, what do you get? I get really upset about that, but it's just like... Okay, listen. The more I think about it, and no person has ever been able to disprove this, the fact that we get our morality from Christian ethics is a thing that most people do not want to accept. They think, or they want to believe, that the morality, good morality, comes from nature. It's instinct. It's an instinct that you get just on default. No, you get it from your parents because your parents raised you. If you have shitty parents, you'll have a shitty morality system. If you have good parents, you have a good morality system. And if you don't have, and where do the parents learn that thing? From their own parents, and their parents, and those other parents. But people don't want to, they don't want to believe that. They don't want to believe, like, oh, it comes from, it's inherently a human desire to want to be good. No, it's not. No, it's fucking not. If you don't have anyone guide you on what is right and what is good and what is just, everything just falls apart. Everything, we're all become savages. We're all a bunch of freaks. We live in a world of forced doctrine. Whoever has the means for the most power, basically has he has to say what is and what isn't. Might makes right.
That the individual has an interior moral.
People just want what's good for them. Yeah, that's what it is. It's always about, and that's why. And then another thing, I think we talked about this before. The left will always LARP about rights. They always LARP about rights, or that they believe that someone's truth is all subjective, whereas the right ends up being all about duty. You have a duty to do this. You have a duty to do that. You have a, you have an ought for why you should do what you do and live in a structured and balanced society. We have normative claims, but the left don't want to recognize that, because if they do, it makes them feel like, oh, does that mean I can't be a gooner and just like, just goon for hours and I'm gooning and just like go off in their own like space, just like being a bunch of degenerates. And then they want to normalize the degeneracy. They want to normalize this shit in the public to say that they can act a certain way because they justify it. And the only way they can justify it is with culture, because culture is the only way that they can actually alter the law itself. That's a psyop. That's the real psyop right there.
Self, and the idea that power must justify itself. So when you get a Jewish apology,
sometimes I think to myself, I feel like I really would benefit a lot from a 3D model, because I move my hands so much, man. I am actually like moving my hands so much as I talk about these things, and goddamn, you'll see me spazzing out a lot.
Apocalyptic preacher and Greek metaphysical philosophy, you get a weapon that dismantles the entire Roman apparatus.
Yeah.
That is the mixture that conquered an empire. When Christians tell the story as if it was always one unified church, they flatten history. When atheists tell the story as if it was only a fairy tale, they flatten one of the most significant psychological upgrades in human history. The real thing is even more unsettling.
Okay.
Christianity reshaped the world so effectively that even people who hate it still speak its moral language.
Imagine. Yeah, it worked. How did you get the Nordic Vikings to convert to Christianity? They were tired of war, bro. They were tired of the killing. They wanted something more sustainable for their society. And it made sense.
And for those of you listening who don't feel particularly religious or connected to God, the question is not, is God real? A more adult question is what this structure did to the human being, what it cured and what it changed about how we relate to existence itself. Christianity beat Rome by taking Rome's own deepest technology and turning it inside out. Rome used crucifixion to terrify the weak.
My God, don't glaze Rome as if though this was the whole part of the plan. Shut up.
Christianity took crucifixion and made it the altar of God.
Well, I'm glad I got to spurg out about the thing I wanted to spurg out about. I fucking hate you, Alucia. Alucia, I don't know where you are. I hate you. God, you made me watch that shit. Piece of shit. I swear to God, dude. Alucia, where are you? Oh, he's not there. Yeah, he's not there. This guy likes Rome maybe a little too much. Actually, let's go look at this channel. How about that? How about we judge that based on, okay, Broken Rune. All right. Oh. Modern students need to read cosmic horror. Okay. If God, why bad thing happen? Yeah. I guess that's a question people really like to get into. If biological Christianity wasn't a unified religion, then why do you have two separations? I mean, yeah, that's what happened. I mean, yeah, why do we have schism? You seem suffer with the whoa. I see guts over here, and I just want to like watch the video now. You guys know I like Berserk. This morality is getting millennials hurt. This guy's been at work, huh? This guy has like 5 months into this channel, 24 videos, and he's already got this many subscribers. Why can't I have this many subscribers, man? Why don't I have this many subscribers on YouTube? What is going on? God's just like your jingle keys. Yeah, it really is. It really is like my jingle keys. It's like come on, dude. Well, bonding or industry planting. Yeah, it probably is. It probably is. Science is God. Science made me spiritual, not atheist. The elite want you atheist. I mean, this one makes sense. The elite are at war. You're not supposed to notice. The metaphysics of Agartha. The hell? Architectable chud, and why I weep for him. That's men like you died in World War One. Oil is the excuse. America doesn't pay for oil. You're going to Iran. Neo-fuel hellscape. Weeds seal your soul. I kind of believe this a little bit. The thing ended nice. Yo, Lovis, you just missed the entire assertion of like... you just missed this video we just watched. It was like so fucking crazy. Which one? Which one do you want me to play? The weed? The weed steals your soul? Alright. Alright, let's do that. We'll get to the bottom of this. We'll get to the bottom of this.
I was always an open-minded fellow, even as a kid.
The assertion that the Christianity was a psyop by Alexandria.
I was always curious about things like consciousness, reality, God, death. What am I, and what is this place that I'm even in? And that is exactly why I think I was the perfect target for a substance that does not destroy the metaphysically curious man, but pacifies him. I was 13 years old.
He's not wrong about that. See, now that's more believable. That's way more believable to say that psyop, that the weed is a psyop, in order for it to be legalized.
It was middle school. One of my idiot friends called me up and said, "Come to the abandoned drainage sump. We've got something to show you." So I go down there, and they've got a bent Arizona can with a little puncture in the middle. I already knew what was about to happen. And had I not been primed by a childhood of Wiz Khalifa, Kid Cudi, and that 70s show, I may have resisted. They packed the herb into the can, I lit it and inhaled, and within minutes, I was in a state that naturally felt enchanted. Music hit harder. Thoughts flowed like a busted fire hydrant.
Oh my god, dude. Have you guys ever been to high, bro? You guys ever been? The one time I took an edible, this edible was strong. It was one time, and I smoked for 12 years. I have never been high in my life. It felt good, but I wouldn't do it like all the time. I was just like, I think it was the most brain dead experience I ever had in my life, and I didn't have to worry about anything. Yeah, I never smoked either. I've never smoked ever in my life. So, I mean, I have smoked. Sorry, I did it. I didn't like it, and I said, no, fuck this shit. Get this thing out of my system. And then, yeah, but then I tried the edible. I was so giggly, dude. It was so fucking like... This is how powerful weed is. Me and my ex-girlfriend were in a fight. The fight was so intense that by the time that we got to the climax of the whole thing, I was like, the fuck am I thinking about? What was I saying? And she goes, I don't know. I was like, babe, are you high? And she goes, yeah. I can't even think. I can't even fight at all. I can't even argue with her because I'm already so fucking high. I'm so dazed that I don't even know what the fuck to think anymore. It's so... I completely got stumbled.
Gaming felt even more immersive than usual.
And we just went to sleep, both of us. Fuck the argument.
And everything had this warm, humming significance to it, like life had suddenly opened a hidden layer. Naturally, I was hooked. And they say weed is not addictive.
Yes, it is.
Granted, maybe not in the heroin sense, but I then spent the next 13 years, from age 13 to 26, enchanted by this plant. Or more accurately, subdued by it. Because at a certain point, I had to ask a very simple question. Was I consuming weed, or was weed consuming me? And even more importantly, can something be spiritually catastrophic, even if it never ruins your life physically?
Yeah, brother, it makes you lethargic. Makes you forget your tasks. Makes you lose focus.
Because the most dangerous thing in the world is not always the substance that drags you to hell. Sometimes it's the substance that keeps you just functional enough to waste your life away in comfort. So today I ask, does weed
Does feel very AI operated. I mean, the images are very AI operated, but
steal your soul? My answer will not fit either the anti-drug boomer or the dude weed lamau redditor. I do not think cannabis in its original form was evil. In fact,
oh, you think the script?
I think it was sacred. I think it had real spiritual utility. And I think what has happened to it in modernity is exactly what modernity does to almost everything holy. It takes something with real metaphysical power, strips it of ritual and hierarchy, and engineers it for mass consumption, turning it into a tool of control. I was lied to about weed by the ambient culture I grew up in as a suburban Westerner. I was told weed was the safe drug, the drug for deep people. I was told it won't kill you like the quote-unquote bad drugs like coke and heroin. That all may be true, but it tells you nothing about what weed does to your soul. I am using the word soul deliberately. For those of you who are secular, when I say soul, you can translate that into your vital human essence or your subconscious mind. Either or works. Weed made me easier to pacify. It made me more content to circle the drain of my own potential while feeling strangely profound.
Weed's not the only one that does this. Weed's not the only thing that does this, by the way. Masturbation also does this. Food does this. You don't have to just categorize this into just weed. It's any vice, theoretically.
About it. After years of consumption, I began to notice that my meditation sessions were becoming more frustrating and harder to obtain that state of lucid gnosis. My imagination became duller, and my ability to think introspectively became weaker. That broken fire hydrant of flowing ideas had slowed down to the trickle of a leaky faucet. But like I said, I do not think this was always the case. In older ritual worlds, cannabis was not this fluorescent dispensary product sold to you by a guy with dyed dreadlocks named Sky. It belonged to a different cosmos entirely. The pre-modern world was alive with symbols and hierarchy and mystery.
Bunch of pagan shit,
Nature
yeah?
was not separate from God. Nature was a direct extension of God.
Fucking sky you.
In such a world, low-potency, naturally grown cannabis, embedded inside a ritual or contemplative setting, may very well have functioned as a sacrament. I can absolutely believe there was once a form of this herb that really did thin the membrane between the material and spiritual world.
I know where he's gonna go with this. Yeah, it's gonna go down the road of like, oh, we can connect with the gods by smoking the weed and shit, brother.
That version I still respect. And I still genuinely think in an organic, homegrown, low-potency, ritual context, cannabis can still carry some of that sacred holiness within it.
Why is it holy? If it's pagan, why is it holy?
But the modern world cannot leave sacred things sacred. It has to capture them, selling them back to the people as consumer slop. So, what do you get instead? Not something that
It really feels like it, yeah.
opens you to the spiritual
Borderline
world.
astrology nonsense.
You
Yeah.
get hyper-potent THC mutants, carts that taste like cotton candy, edibles that cripple you for 6 hours, a product stripped of every sacred condition and intensified into a narcotic. And once that happens, the function changes. A ritual herb that may once have opened the psyche becomes a product that dulls it through overstimulation. The ancient use was rare.
Lovis, I feel like when you do this thing, bro. Lovis, I'm just gonna say, man, I feel like you are more equipped to disprove all these claims and like this nonsense, this retardation. I think you're well more equipped to talk about it and just like post videos about it on your YouTube, man. I really think you're better at this than I am. Because all I'm really good at is just saying, no, you idiot, no. I don't say what. I don't demonstrate the why he's wrong. I just don't.
Reverent and aimed upward toward
But we gotta fucking attack these channels, man. We gotta fucking destroy we gotta like aim ourselves at these idiots and just like, you know, demonstrate to the world why this shit is stupid, why it doesn't work, and why they keep getting away with it.
the sacred. The modern use is constant, daily, casual, and aimed nowhere but comfort and entertainment. One may aid contact with the spiritual world.
Yeah,
The
down in
other
comment sections,
sedates
yeah.
spiritual hunger altogether. And this is where I part ways with stoner mythology completely. A lot of people think weed makes them more spiritual because it makes them think loosely, feel intensely, and notice patterns. But intensity
Epistemology
is
check,
not
yeah.
spiritual clarity. Pattern recognition alone is not spiritual wisdom. Feeling deep is not being deep.
Yeah, what JG just said, you can't attain spirituality through an outside substance. Yeah, he's got it right there. That basically kind of tears this entire argument apart.
Very often, you are just high
Lauren needs a white black alternative crusader costume. I thought about it, man.
and
about it.
narcissistically fascinated by your own temporary state. I know this because I lived it for 13 years. Weed made me feel like
You would think that 13 years you stop fucking saying some dumb shit, bro.
a philosopher while making me less able to actualize on anything philosophically meaningful. It made me feel expanded while narrowing my will to power. It made me feel introspective while trapping me in loops. It made music better. It made games more fun, food tastier.
I don't know, man. I know this because weed. No, weed does not make you better at video games. It does not. It makes you worse. Your reaction time is way worse. I mean, there's some caveats where you can say, oh, weed actually like gets me in the zone, and like you have a trance and you're just like ultra instinct, like every single thing around you. You just shoot better, you kill better, you fight better. I don't know. Oh, so hold on. There's a funny thing. There's a There's a bonfire over there. Imagine that. Little bonfire on the side. Anyway, wanted to point that out.
Sleep easier, and boredom more easy to cope with. But it also made ambition even weaker. It did not kill me. It just gently negotiated my soul downward, year by year, and convinced me that that was peace. And one of the most sinister things it did, which almost nobody talks about in spiritual terms, is what it does to dreaming. A lot of people already know that chronic weed use suppresses REM sleep.
Does it?
And suppressed REM sleep means you're gonna stop dreaming. And that matters.
Just people got less angry at games. I mean, I'm just saying I can imagine somebody getting better. It makes you stop dreaming, yeah. Oh, that sucks.
Far more than modern people
Yeah,
realize, because dreams are not just random nighttime hallucinations. Dreams are one of the oldest gateways to the soul. They are one of the few places where the deep layers of the psyche can still speak in symbols instead of dry language. Carl Jung understood this. He saw dreams as living symbolic disclosures from your unconscious. And like I said, for the more spiritual people, the line between the unconscious and the
what is his soul in this dark paradigm? Ask him that question. He'll never be able to guess anything. Yeah. How can you say it's a soul when all this thing has just been your anecdotal experience and just pulling fucking bullshit from nothing just to sound more cool and deep and mysterious?
Doctor?
And thank you for the raid, Reeve, for the 5 viewers. Thank you for the Stardust Sailor Ray. Can someone shout out that guy? Come on. Thank you.
Doctor?
How you doing, Reeve? Playing Persona 4 Golden. What's up?
Doctor?
13 years of weed, starting mid-puberty. But surely he is reasonable, yeah. How was Persona? How far you get? It's the radioactive pirate. Yes, it is. How you doing? Welcome for new viewers. If you, this is the first raid I think I've gotten from Reeve. I am Risfel. I am a captain of the Dust Wolves. I pilot my ship to the Astral Sea and then do a bunch of weird shit and just go around fighting people, I guess. Head to bed now. I got a double shift tomorrow. Bye, Riz, and enjoy stream. Thank you, Graham. Hi, nice to see you. I got the last floor of Yuki Cox dungeon. Hope you have fun.
Is semantics. The secular person says the unconscious. The spiritual person says the soul. It's the same thing.
No, it's not!
So think about what that means. That the modern stoner lives in some chemically softened state by day, and then by night enters a sleep architecture
enjoy your D&D, man, guy.
blunts dream life. Think about what is being lost there. You're dimming one of the oldest inner theaters through which the soul reveals itself to you. The sacred.
What is the soul, dude? You're just saying soul without explaining what it is. You're confusing the word soul with imagination, with, I guess, dreams, with, I don't know. He's not saying what a soul is. He's just using it. He's just using the word like spirit, like the spirit and like, you know, the self and the ego.
Does not always meet man in temples and cathedrals. It meets him in dream. Many great men attributed dreaming to their greatness. Nikola Tesla said his machines came to him fully designed in his dreams. And weed, especially chronic, high-potency weed, can place a miasmic fog over that entire realm. This is part of why I now see modern weed as more metaphysically sinister than most people even want to talk about.
I mean, it is metaphysically sinister. It is sinister in the sense that, yeah, it's bad for you. But why is it bad for you? If anything, it's a more it's a more grounded thing rather than some like, oh, you just, it's a vice, my guy. It's just a vice, and you gave into it. It makes you stupid.
Because again, it does not attack in the obvious way. It does not usually turn you.
It's not just weed, my guy. It's also masturbation. It's also food. It's advice. It's anything that's addictive that makes you like compliant.
Into a knife-wielding lunatic. It does not turn you into someone on the edge of an overdose. But it turns you into a softer,
sleepier, more numb and disconnected version of yourself.
Hey, Lovis. You know who that sounds like? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? You know exactly who I'm talking about.
And I think even amongst people who call out the negatives of weed, they stick in the realm of the physical and the material. And with this channel, I like to point out how there is an unseen world and it interacts with every facet of our human life. So yeah, you know, there's the material aspect that weed will make you lazy, it might kill brain cells, might make you pack on the pounds from getting the munchies. And all that stuff is true, 100%. But very rarely do we hear people talk about how chronic cannabis use can totally separate you from spiritual connection. And it really frustrates me that when cannabis and spirituality are discussed, it's often exclusively about how cannabis makes you more spiritual. And like I said, in a
bunch of hippie nonsense. It's a bunch of hippie nonsense. This is a fucking psyop. That in itself is a psyop. Where is retarded get his man fixes? I don't know, dude.
Ritual and rare shamanic setting, I think it could. But there's nothing spiritual about sitting on your couch playing Fortnite hitting the bong all day. That doesn't do anything to metaphysically enlighten you whatsoever. And that distinction matters to me because I'm not condemning the plant altogether. I'm condemning what modernity did to the plant.
I mean, just get rid of the plant. Use it only for medicine. That's it.
I'm condemning the satanic transmutation by which something that may once have
now it's satanic.
opened the veil was captured and sold back to the masses as a lifestyle. And that's why I like to avoid it these days. Because I no longer believe the same civilization that degrades every other sacred thing somehow left this one innocent. So if you find yourself hitting the 90% THC...
Do not consume the THC. Okay. Listen. It's not... The CBD... The CBD does calm you down. It's the THC that gets you so high up. Yeah, what's this? Alucia, this is your fucking channel you suggested with the psyop of Christianity. I'm watching your fucking reacts, and you're not even here to fucking comment on it. You little shit. What have you done to me, bro?
Cotton candy flavored dispensary cart. I want you to be honest with yourself. I want you to sit down and ask, does this actually enlighten me? Or am I just allowing the powers that be to calcify me?
Turns you into a pretentious fucking idiot.
Will to power over to them on a silver platter? And I'm not going to tell you what to do. If you want to keep hitting it, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. But it's not me that you have to answer to. It's your own soul.
What is a soul? Yeah, what is a soul? I like how he answers the question. You have to answer to your own soul. Oh my god. This guy is fucking... You did this to me, Lucia. You did this! Oh my god. Who fucking sent me a friend request? Fuck. I don't know who that is. Who fucking did this, man? Alright. Next react. I had enough of this shit. Alright, let's watch a couple of Rage's react content things that she posts down. Women are too emotional. Why am I in a Chinese website? Wait, what? No. Oh my god. I can't even watch it because it's a fucking Chinese thing. No, fuck it. Alright. Why incompetent people think they're amazing? David Dooning. Okay. Okay, I'll watch that one. Might be a waste of fucking time, but I'll give it a shot.
Are you as good at things as you think you are?
No.
How good are you at managing money?
Not at all. I'm fucking terrible at it, actually. I mean, actually, I've gotten better about it. I actually have more money in my bank than I used to before. And I'm doing my best to keep it there, but yeah.
What about reading people's emotions?
Don't like this art stuff.
How healthy are you compared to other people you know? Are you better than average at grammar? Knowing how competent we are and how our skills stack up against other people's is
This enemy like ads I skip after 5 seconds. Yeah, it sounds like a fucking bank ad too.
more than a self-esteem boost. It helps us figure out when we can forge ahead on our own decisions and instincts, and when we need instead to seek out advice. But psychological research suggests that we're not very good at evaluating ourselves accurately. In fact, we frequently overestimate our own abilities. Researchers have a name for this phenomenon, the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Okay. I've heard this before.
This effect explains why more than 100 studies have shown that people display illusory superiority. We judge ourselves as better than others to a degree that violates the laws of math. When software engineers at 2 companies were asked to rate their performance,
It was be called a Ponzi scheme. You ever thought about that?
32% of the engineers at one company and 42% at the other put themselves in the top 5%. In another study, 88% of American drivers described themselves as having above-average driving skills. These aren't isolated findings. On average, people tend to rate themselves better than most in disciplines ranging from health, leadership skills, ethics, and beyond.
Ethics, huh? Ethics, huh? Give the best, my guy. I mean, a lot of people like it type of close up. Many people like to do this because they want to be like somebody else, and then those people want to watch those people, and then it's like a constant flow of people just like believing in a bunch of con men that think that they're better than they are, and they're not.
What's particularly interesting is that those with the least ability are often the most likely to overrate their skills to the greatest extent. People measurably poor at logical reasoning, grammar, financial knowledge, math, emotional intelligence.
Emotional intelligence is not a thing. I'm sorry. If you believe in that shit, that's fucking stupid. It's just a bunch of secular nonsense.
Running medical lab tests and chess all tend to rate their expertise almost as favorably as actual experts do.
You don't need intelligence. Okay. You can use intelligence to manage your emotions. That doesn't mean that emotional intelligence is a thing. These things are not one and the same. Like, fucking hate that. I fucking hate that thing. And then they inducted that idea into in college.
So who's most vulnerable to this delusion?
You! It's all you! Maybe social intelligence is a better descriptor. I mean, just having charisma. I have a better word. It's just charisma. And experience, yeah.
Sadly, all of us.
Do you know we have edgelord now? I don't know what the fuck that
because
is.
We all have pockets of incompetence we don't recognize. But why? When psychologists Dunning and Kruger first...
Not charisma? Okay. What else would you call it? I mean, if you know how to read people, isn't that a form of charisma? You can, if you could devise their intent, you can figure out what they're thinking, you know, their body language. Is it a different version of extrovert? I don't know. I just wouldn't go out of my way and say, oh, it's intelligent. Intelligence is not, you cannot, how do I say this? You cannot hang out now because the most charismatic people generally are socially retarded. I mean, that's true. I mean, I didn't say they were smart. I did not say they're smart, but how do I say this? Most general people are socially charismatic. They're typically sociopaths. Yeah, that's true. Kinda. I mean, how can we agree on that? How do we agree? How do we arrive? You're gonna be the dumb lunatic that everyone still likes. Okay, that's fine. Yes. Yes. I don't know, I just wouldn't call it. I would not call it social intelligence. I think there's a word for it, but yeah, it's adding intelligence to using intelligence as a adjective, or sorry, using anything with an adjective with intelligence. Just I don't know. It sounds made up, in my opinion. Am I an asshole for that? I don't know.
First described the effect in 1999. They argued that people lacking knowledge and skill in particular areas suffer a double curse. First, they make mistakes and reach poor decisions. But second, those same knowledge gaps also prevent them from catching their errors. In other words, poor performers lack the very expertise needed to recognize how badly they're doing. For example, when the researchers studied participants in a college debate tournament, the bottom 25% of teams in preliminary rounds lost nearly 4 out of every 5 matches. But they thought they were winning almost 60%. Without a strong grasp of the rules of debate, the students simply couldn't recognize when or how often their arguments broke down.
They were just talking past each other. Is that what happened? At that point, debaters sucked. They both sucked.
The Dunning-Kruger effect isn't a question of ego blinding us to our weaknesses. People usually do admit their deficits once they can spot them. In one study, students who had initially done badly on a logic quiz and then took a mini course on logic were quite willing to label their original performances as awful. That may be why people with a moderate amount of experience or expertise often have less confidence in their abilities. They
not wrong about that.
Know enough to know that there's a lot they don't know. Meanwhile, experts tend to be aware of just how knowledgeable they are, but they often make a different mistake. They assume that everyone else is knowledgeable too.
Oh my god, he described that oh no, this actually hits me really deep. Oh no. People say a lot of good things about me. Or they say that I'm good at this or good at that. But I always hold myself back because I think someone else is way better than me. Because of the way they carry themselves. And I shy away from doing anything ever again. And yeah, I never actually. It basically holds my potential to be better than what I am. I don't know. Oh, this is gonna attack me, isn't it?
The result is that people, whether they're inept or highly skilled, are often caught in a bubble of inaccurate self-perception. When they're unskilled, they can't see their own faults. When they're exceptionally competent, they don't perceive how unusual their abilities are. So if the Dunning-Kruger effect is invisible to those experiencing it, what can you do to find out how good you actually are at various things? First, ask for feedback from other people, and consider it, even if it's hard to hear. Second, and more important, keep learning.
What if the person is also dog shit, though? That doesn't make you smarter. That doesn't make you more skilled. It also just leaves you open to to be gaslit and manipulated into believing something that you aren't.
The more knowledgeable we become, the less likely we are to have invisible holes in our competence.
This guy just basically presupposed that all people are unskilled in the modern age. Therefore, who do we appeal to? Other people of the modern age? Well, understanding effects prevents that. Yeah, that's right. I get that.
Perhaps it all boils down to that old proverb. When arguing with a fool, first make sure the other person isn't doing the same thing. Did you enjoy this lesson?
No, I did not. I enjoy it. Very short. Very underwhelming, actually. Yeah, what a shit video. It was 12 million views, though, by the way. This channel is dog. I mean, it's TED Ed. It's a TED Talk thingy. I'll be honest, dude. I gotta talk to you guys about the React. I'm probably gonna. I'm leaning towards taking away the goddamn React content channel. Because you guys are not posting things that I want you to post that people generally care about. You're just giving me what you think is cool, what you feel is cool, and what you feel is good, and you're not giving me things. Okay, Alicia, you gave me something interesting for me to dissect. That's different. But you're just giving me what you want me to what you think is good when it's not. I have to be. I guess I have to be. I guess. You know what? All right, Alicia. All right, Alicia. We're gonna go with another one of yours. I mean, I see when you. I want to see you react to some crazy, but I mean, I'll react to some really like stupid, like really crazy, outrageous shit as long as it like connects. But if it's all based on live reaction deletion watch, oh no.
Books of Magic.
Okay, we're gonna make this video. It's called Grimoires Explained: Manuals of Magic. Okay, we're getting down to the bottom of some really potentially paganistic shit. I want to see what this is about. All right.
Called grimoires are a common trope in pop culture. There's the Darkhold in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In the Disney version of the classic fairy tale Snow White, the evil queen turns to a shelf of scary-looking books for just the right spell to enchant Snow White. And H.P. Lovecraft's fictional grimoire, the Necronomicon, has been terrifying readers both in his stories and in real life since its first appearance in 1924.
Okay.
Though of course, grimoires are not merely the products of pop culture, and in fact, these examples from the fantasy genre can actually give us a distorted picture of magical practice. Today, grimoires are most visible among contemporary witches, many of whom use a book of shadows to record their workings and preserve
Nothing looks no different from a notebook. What are you talking about?
the traditions for posterity. But living in an era of mass literacy and mass media, this is a fairly recent development in the history of grimoires. Practitioners of magic have been writing, copying, and using
Oh yeah, I did notice that. I'm so glad you caught that. It was a PhD in religious studies. Yeah, I wonder how much is he accepting into this world and rejecting at the same time?
literary magic practically since the invention of writing itself, and we can find grimoires in many cultures all over the world. So today we'll be discussing what are grimoires, but also why are grimoires? What is the motivation to create compendia of literary magic? And what do grimoires reveal about the changing nature of magical knowledge and practice? First, the basics. A grimoire is a book that contains magical rituals, especially instructions for conjuring spirits or making magical objects like amulets. Some use the analogy of a textbook of magic. We don't exactly know where the word comes from. It may derive from the French word grammaire, which technically originally referred to books published in Latin, but by the 1700s referred to books of magic specifically, possibly because these were the sorts of books that were more likely to be circulating in Latin instead of French. And by the 1800s, the word grimoire had entered the English lexicon, broadly to describe many kinds of magical books. Some of the most popular and influential grimoires have included the Key of Solomon, the Black Pullet, the Book of St. Cyprian, and the Long Lost Friend, all of which you can still find and use today. Now, for most of history, most people couldn't read or write. No matter the culture, writing and reading complex literature like these books was only possible for a small group of literate elite specialists. So the first aspect we'll explore here is that grimoires emerged as a specialized intellectual pursuit among elite practitioners, serving as a means to preserve, systematize, and regulate esoteric knowledge within educated circles.
Can you go back to that? I agree, bro.
A great example of this is a collection called the Greco-Egyptian Magical Papyri, a vast collection of magical texts preserved in the dry climate of Egypt. You're looking at a few examples I filmed at the Coptic Museum in Cairo. They date roughly from the 1st century BCE to the 6th century CE, and they're composed mostly in Greek and the Egyptian languages of Coptic and Demotic Egyptian. Now, we're looking at just a few fragments here, but these texts did originally circulate in larger scrolls and codices that we could properly call grimoires. These papyri
I say right now, people, you like to record shit, especially what they may perceive as cool or useful. I wrote absolute bullshit in my teens, pages upon pages of nonsensical pseudo-scientific shit. Many did. Yeah, I mean, that's... Sometimes you have to look back at yourself and be like, bro, this shit is so cringe. I need to ascend this cringe, okay? I need to go even beyond this bull. That's nonsense. It's good to look back on your mistakes, you know?
papyri contain a range
Okay, I wouldn't say mistakes. It's good to look back on your immaturity Let's go with that.
Of small-scale personal rituals, calling upon various spirits, gods, or the dead to help with a range of problems. Sickness, bad luck, conflict, romance. You name the issue, you can probably find a spell addressing it. They include curses, protective spells, and formulas for divination and visions. As an example, here's a formula for a migraine headache. Take oil in your hands and utter the spell, Zeus sowed a grapeseed. It parts the soil, he does not sow it, it does not sprout. Here's another one for a fever. On the shiny side of an olive leaf, write this symbol, and on the dark side, write this symbol, and wear it as an amulet. Many of these formulas are practical spells like these, though other examples are lengthy, poetic hymns and incantations, like the so-called Mithras liturgy. This is a text from the Great Magical Papyrus of Paris, a 36-page papyrus grimoire with over 3,000 lines of text. The text is basically an elaborate purification rite to gain immortality and meet the god Helios Mithras face to face. Which brings us back to grimoires being all about the elite preservation of knowledge, at least in the pre-modern period. Tell me, who in late Roman Egypt was capable of composing and copying something like the Mithras liturgy? Egyptian priestly scribes. Specialized expertise was required to produce these texts. These spells are often multilingual, weaving together Greek or Coptic, intermingling the cursive writing system known as hieratic. Only a scribe trained in an Egyptian temple scriptorium could have produced these texts. Moreover, these spells reflect the concerns of scribes, like what kind of writing surface or ink should you use for a spell. Really not the sort of thing your average illiterate farmer cared about in late Roman Egypt, but definitely
No, Lucia. Not ancient SEO smut.
There was ancient Suphilia smut, actually.
something that preoccupied your mind if you were a literate priest. Also, like I mentioned, a lot of these texts contain hymns or prayers that look a lot like what was performed in official cultic contexts, like during a procession or a sacrifice. For example, in the Mithras liturgy, we see possible parallels with rites of purification in Egyptian temples, when priests purified themselves before entering the divine presence in the sanctuary. So in a sense, a lot of these magical formula may have been privatized practices borrowed from public temple institutions. Also, grimoires throughout history often emphasize the importance of being passed down through a recognized chain of authenticity and authority. The Key of Solomon is attributed to King Solomon. Another ancient text is called the 8th Book of Moses, dating to the 4th century CE, and it mentions other books of magic attributed to Moses, like the Key of Moses and the Secret Moon Book of Moses. Linking grimoires to revered figures like Solomon or Moses highlights the importance of legitimacy when it comes to magical texts, where authority is derived not just from the rituals themselves, but also
You guys ever think about that most religions, most books of text of magic are just like these guys had just nothing to do. You just had nothing to do. And that's what they did to entertain themselves. But in order for them to continue to be entertained, they had to go and spread this bullshit to other people. And when they started believing it, it basically gave them a sense of purpose in life, even though that sense of purpose was fucking wasted. Ancient equivalent to anime, I mean, yeah. I'm not saying you couldn't write stories about, like, you know, cautionary tales. Those were good. But sometimes these things are just like, man, I just think this shit right now. If I believe so hard that if I can just make... Can I make the god come out from the poop? Maybe people will believe that God came from the poop. I say fanfics of their beliefs, yeah. It's really just that, man.
Also from the legendary lineage of these texts. We see this in the Greco-Egyptian magical papyri as well. The scribes apparently were self-aware that they were part of a rarefied lineage of copyists, and they mention that, sometimes claiming divine or mythical origins. For example, one spell says, there is nothing greater than the procedure. It was tested by Manetho, who received it as a gift from Osiris, the greatest god. Perform it successfully and silently. This is a claim of divine authority and authenticity. The copyist claims that this spell came from Osiris himself, who passed it on to the famous Egyptian priest Manetho. So the Greco-Egyptian magical papyri are a striking example of how grimoires emerged as a way to safeguard and transmit specialized knowledge.
I mean, honestly, if I had to make a whole religion, I would do it just because I'm bored. I'm just being honest. That's what I would do if I, like, reached that point. I just want people to believe the shit that I'm fucking saying because I'm bored. And it makes me feel, it gives me a jiggle. It gives me a giggle. That's what I'm gonna say.
For most of human history, before widespread literacy, grimoires were primarily the domain of elite specialists, educated scribes like Egyptian priests who positioned themselves as custodians of esoteric knowledge. It's a pattern that we see in many different cultures across history, a consistent link between literary magic and elite specialization. Now, as we'll see later, this is completely upended in contemporary.
I know, bro. I had to stop reading that fucking thing, and I'd rather read the goddamn SAO book than that bullshit.
Witchcraft with the advent of widespread literacy.
The man, we are doing the same shit. The difference between them and us is that we don't try to make believe our lore to be real. I mean, yeah. I like to write stories. It's fun. It's a great time. It's a great way to pass the time, and we get the sense of validation when someone likes the thing we craft. Be it art. I mean, it's all art, right? All art.
But first, let's turn to another reason for the development of grimoires, the ritual power of writing and book.
But art is empowered when you have a great and strong philosophy backing it up.
Books. Grimoires contain magic, sure, but they also
That's why people like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Function in and of themselves as magical objects. For example, consider the curious apocryphal story of Jesus in King Abgar of Edessa, now the city of Şanlıurfa in Turkey. According to a very early Christian tradition, King Abgar got sick, and so he sent a letter to Jesus to come and heal him. Jesus wrote back saying, "Sorry, can't make it, I'm busy in Jerusalem, but I'll later send one of my apostles to heal you." Now, the story is not historical, but notice something. This is one of the very few examples in Christian literature of Jesus writing something. Early Christians noticed this, and so they copied the letter as a magical object.
Oh no. Oh no. He's making a claim.
Often as a protective amulet. The historian Procopius mentioned
Christians didn't use amulets. They had, I guess, prayer beads. I don't know anything. I don't know what it, he's losing me right
the
now.
people of Edessa inscribing the words of the letter of Jesus on the city gates for protection.
Is this the story of the Tau? Let me go back a little bit. Let me see.
Jesus in King Abgar of Edessa.
Yeah, King Abgar of Edessa.
Now the city of Şanlıurfa in Turkey. According to a very early Christian tradition, King Abgar got sick, and so he sent a letter to Jesus to come and heal him. Jesus wrote back saying, "Sorry, can't make it, I'm busy in Jerusalem, but I'll later send one of my apostles to heal you." Now, the story is not historical.
Okay. Blessed are you who believe to me without having seen me, for it is written concerning me that they who have seen me will not believe in me, and they have not seen me will believe and be saved. You know, he's right about that. A lot of people saw Jesus, they didn't believe in him. But in regard to what you have written me, that I should come to you, it is necessary for me to fulfill all things here for which I have been sent. And after I have fulfilled them, thus to be taken up against him that sent me. But after I have been taken up, I will send to you one of my disciples, that he may heal your disease and give life to you and yours.
But notice something. This is one of the very few examples in Christian literature of Jesus writing something. Early Christians noticed this, and so they copied the letter as a magical object, often.
So they grabbed the letter and took that to mean it was magical in its effect? Do you guys ever think that maybe it's just a letter? You know?
As a protective amulet. The historian Procopius mentions the people of Edessa inscribing the words of the letter of Jesus on the city gates for protection. An archaeologist even discovered a door lintel from the city of Ephesus inscribed with the entire letter. Someone wanted to protect the entrance of their house, and so they decided inscribing the letter of Jesus was the best way to do that. Now, we're a little far from the topic of grimoires with this example, but my point is that writing itself has been viewed as magical by countless cultures throughout history. An object like a book, or a piece of paper, or a door lintel inscribed with the very symbols of writing on them are magical. The scholar of ancient Mediterranean magic, David Frankfurter, puts it this way. In pre-modern semi-literate cultures, writing
cast a spell. Letter from Christ. You're cured now.
Writing was not primarily viewed as a tool for communication. Instead, writing was first and foremost material and iconic symbols, things and pictures. Think of it this way. Global literacy for us today is somewhere between 80 and 90%. So for most of us today, when we look at words on a page, we immediately, almost subconsciously recognize them as sounds and sentences. But if you didn't know how to read, like most people back then, you'd encounter a book first and foremost as a physical object with iconic symbols, rather than something that conveyed ideas or sounds. This is a huge part of the magic of writing. To quote Dr. Frankfurter again, the cultural, historical, and magical significance of writing comes down to their material and iconic power. The authority the words bear, what beings lie behind them, how one shows, manipulates, or contains their power. So to return to the letter of Jesus to Abgar, it didn't matter what—
This is missing the point. The whole point was always relaying information, and information can be powerful. I mean, yeah.
What the letter said. What mattered is that Christians believed that these words—
You know, the circle of magi, or magi, didn't actually mean that the guys themselves were mages, right? I don't think it was a letter, it was a towel. I see. So he's okay. And the guys that had that title didn't necessarily mean that they themselves were magical. They just had a lot of knowledge at their disposal. And I guess knowledge equals power was a form of saying that the guy was a magus. It actually was a kawaii handkerchief.
words came from the pen of Jesus himself. The words themselves convey the miraculous healing powers of Jesus, from his hand to the pen to the paper, almost contagiously. The words access and manipulate ritual power when inscribed. We see this even with the Bible. Ancient Christians used Bible verses as magical amulets, writing a verse on a fragment of papyrus or inscribing one on their door lintels. Other Christians apparently viewed a Bible codex itself as a magical object. St. Augustine himself seems to allude to the practice. When your head aches, we praise you if you place the—
I don't know, man. I can only take what he's saying right now. I'm not saying I'm granting it to myself. I don't think he's right, but if it was a towel, okay, was the letter on a towel? Is it still not a letter though? Was it not a message to someone?
Gospel at your head, rather than running to an amulet. Not because it was done for this reason, but because the gospel is preferable to amulets. Now, Augustine doesn't seem to endorse the practice, but apparently some Christians were known to put a copy of the gospel by their head to cure a headache. We see the ritual power of writing in Islamic cultures as well. In his article, Drinking the Quran, the anthropologist Abdullahi Osman Al-Tam studied a practice among the Muslim communities of the Darfur region in western Sudan. Local scribes would write Quranic verses on a wooden slate. They would then wash off the words into water, which was then drunk by the scribe's clients for healing and protection. For these Christians or Muslims, the words of the Bible or the Quran are believed to have inherent power, even when dissolved in water. It doesn't matter what the words mean or what they communicate. What matters is the ritual power they can convey. That's not to say that the Bible or the Quran are grimoires in the technical sense. I wouldn't say that. But they are examples that the written word throughout history has been viewed as magical, simultaneously a vehicle of communication and a vehicle impregnated with power, to quote Dr. Frankfurter again. A lintel inscribed with a biblical passage now radiates the protective potency of that passage. A prayer or invocation inscribed on some substance maintains its utterance, its performative efficacy.
I mean, I can see what he's saying. I can see what he's going for, but like, it doesn't mean that... I mean, I can't say this for sure. I can't say this for sure, but it is an outrageous claim to turn the Christian texts as a form to try to justify that grimoires were also justified. Because those worked, therefore this other thing must work as well, right?
Long after the moment of...
It's like a schism of like literature, you know what I mean?
Vocalization. So returning to grimoires, they emerged not only out of the elite preoccupation with preserving and transmitting...
Yeah, he's putting that's how he's putting miracles inside a weird bag of magic.
Magical knowledge, but also out of this concept of the magic of the written word. The concept of the magic of writing emerged in a predominantly...
Never said which Christians? No, he didn't.
Oral culture, in which the fixing of words, names, commands, and invocations on substances using graphic symbols involves a fundamental mystique. And throughout history, we see grimoires possessing a fundamental mystique, with them functioning not just as books of magic, but also...
Mystique is a mutant from X-Men.
...as magical books, believed to be objects imbued with ritual power.
Is there such a thing as being too
wet?
Now,
both of these aspects of grimoires have evolved over the centuries. Today, a grimoire is more likely to look like a 3-ring binder of spells as it does a papyrus scroll in the hieratic script. With the rise of mass literacy and mass media, literary magic has been effectively democratized. So how did we get here? The shift from handwritten manuscripts to the printed word marks a turning point in the accessibility of magical knowledge. With the invention of the printing press, you could print a bunch of occult books, allowing an expanding literate public in early modern Europe to access what was once the domain of an elite few. By the 1600s, printed copies of medieval grimoires were
I just realized something. I am sorry about this. I completely forgot that my glasses are still on the entire time.
Finding their way into the personal libraries of educated artisans and tradesmen. For example, a London-based astrologer and physician, Simon Forman, kept his own library of medieval grimoires, like the Ars Notoria, Picatrix, and Liber Raziel. He even wrote his own book of necromancy. So sure, literary magic was still the domain of a relatively small slice of the population, but nowhere near as exclusive as the ancient Egyptian priesthood. And along with the democratization of literary magic came a backlash from religious authorities. In the late 1500s, the Pope published the Indexes of Prohibited Books, which included all manner of
Yeah! Because he's trying to stop them from being stupid!
magical texts, including major grimoires like the Key of Solomon. Though some historians actually think this backfired, making these books even more popular. For example, the Key of Solomon was super popular in early modern Italy, which may have been sparked by being mentioned in the Index of Prohibited Books. Moving into the 1900s, one of the most influential developments in the history of grimoires was the emergence of the religion Wicca. In the 19...
I don't want to... I had some arguments with some Wiccans. And by the end of the argument, they basically acted like Mormons. You know, like, oh, that's very interesting. We should talk more about this. And it's like, I'm not trying to entertain you, motherfucker. I'm trying to get you to stop your fucking evil ways.
50s, the British civil servant Gerald Gardner began writing publicly about his involvement in modern witchcraft, claiming membership in a surviving witch cult driven underground during periods of Christian persecution in Europe. According to him, witches operated in secretive initiatory groups called covens, performing rituals out of the Book of Shadows, a kind of cookbook that preserved both ancient occult secrets and a coven's practical magical techniques. Yep. The phrase Book of Shadows is speculated to have originated with a...
No, it's not the Book of Shadows. It's not saying this propaganda. It's actually the explanation of like all the possible universes and realities where Shadow the Hedgehog can expand around in different ways. What are you talking about?
Sanskrit divination manual. The term appeared in a 1949 issue of the London-based newsletter The Occult Observer, in an article by the palm reading specialist Mir Bashir. Bashir tells of an encounter with a diviner in India who could measure a person's shadow to tell their fortune. Whether or not such a book ever existed, it's likely that Gardner read Bashir's article and was inspired. Whatever the case, the phrase Book of Shadows doesn't appear in relation to...
It reminds me of something. Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. One time, in order to try to get through life when I was young, for some reason, the therapy reason, I don't fucking know why my mom was smoking at the time. There was this lady, right? He does look like a troll doll. Yeah, he does. There's this lady, and what she did was basically grab this egg. She doused the egg in supposed holy water, and then she would rub the egg around my head, just like, and then she would say a bunch of chants, like holy chants of some kind. And basically, when she's done rubbing the egg on my head, I'm just standing there like, what? What's going on? She would crack the egg. And then she cracked the egg, and then she spilled the yolk onto a bowl, and then basically she would read the bowl to basically be like, depending on the yolk itself, she basically is like trying to determine what my life is going to be like, and what I'm basically dealing with, any afflictions, any bad things that are going on in my life. Hey, Risfel, you're an omelet, yeah. Yeah, she was a gypsy, yeah. And the thing is, the gypsies do believe in Jesus Christ and all that stuff, but they basically assert themselves to have some form of connection to some fucking gypsy nonsense. And it's like, okay, the egg will determine whether or not I am in trouble or not, and how I can. And the thing is, my brother specifically was the one that got like rubbed one time with the egg, and that's it. He's done. With me, they took like 5 eggs. They took like 5 eggs to try to, because my mom wanted to find the utmost possible way. So basically, she's looking for the most uptime and optimized route in my life to try to solve this issue, because she could not believe that I was going to down this, like, this bad road, I guess. Yeah, what a bad road. What a bad road I have come into. You know, the bad road of becoming a VTuber, right?
Witches until Gardner developed his own
You're a 5'8" kid? Yeah, dude.
magical book in the late 1940s. The Book of Shadows went through a number of revisions and pulled from a wide variety
I don't like this future reroll. Use luck.
of sources, including older grimoires, the work of more contemporary magicians like Aleister Crowley, and a number of
Oh, shit! Oh, fuck. This guy. This guy's a demon. This guy is evil. This guy is evil incarnate right there. Look at him. Look at him. This guy is an architect of feminism. This guy is an architect for... Okay. I'm not going to explain why. This guy... He is the reason why you believe in aliens.
cited literary works. Doreen Valiente, perhaps Wicca's most influential high priestess, ended up rewriting much of Gardner's original Book of Shadows to remove some of these influences and to create a greater sense of continuity in the liturgy of this new religious
Nice glasses, retard.
movement. Between Gardner, Valiente, and a number of other witchcraft writers, it didn't take long for some of the contents of the Book of Shadows to make their way into the public eye, often in altered forms. And as these materials became more widely available, just about anyone could start practicing contemporary witchcraft. No need to seek out a secretive coven, maybe you can just become a witch by going to a well-stocked bookstore. In the late 20th century,
Yeah, I won't talk about my glasses. I look fucking good, though.
popular witchcraft writers like Scott Cunningham, Silver Ravenwolf, Starhawk, and Raven Grimassi encouraged witches to take an eclectic
Oh no, Grimassi, bro. It sounds like she said It sounds like he said Grimassi. I'm sorry.
approach to both Wicca and other forms of contemporary witchcraft. They advised readers to experiment and be creative.
Bold!
Build a personal practice that feels right for the individual witch. I talk about this in my Intro to Wicca video, but the move toward eclectic, individualized practice highlights the two modes that we see in contemporary witchcraft, one trending more toward traditionalism and one toward eclecticism. We sometimes see a strong inclination toward traditionalism in modern grimoires, an inclination to preserve a lineage and to preserve ancient knowledge. More traditional forms of Wicca emphasize preserving a coven's Book of Shadows by copying it by hand and passing down knowledge and rituals between members of the priesthood. At the same time, other forms of contemporary witchcraft are characterized by eclecticism, an ethos to find your own individualized path. Practitioners are encouraged
You can carve your own path. That's what that sounded like to me. That's all that was. That's all it ever was. It always defaults to that, doesn't it?
to experiment, to keep their own ritual notebook, and to avoid religious power structures. These two modes of traditionalism and eclecticism are sometimes at odds, but they're key parts of contemporary witchcraft today. New traditions of contemporary witchcraft gave rise to their own magical guidebooks. Some are commercially available, but others are privately passed on from teacher to student, just like the first versions of the Wiccan Book of Shadows. Contemporary witches...
Let's explain occultism for a little bit. If we go with the idea that most people wrote these things down to try to like pass the time because they were bored or anything like that, and they didn't really accept Christianity as to be the one and be all of all things, that was good and just and right in this world. Like, imagine just going out of their way to like grab the book and just write a bunch of nonsense onto the thing, and then you eventually canonize it so much that you have taken your hobby. You've taken your hobby. And now the hobby now becomes religion in itself. They are so bored. They are so bored with themselves that they went out of their way to be like, "Yeah, Christ is fake and gay," and then they just go, You know what? This occult shit, Satan. Yeah, I like that a lot. I like it a lot more. It's more liberating. It's a lot more convincing. It's rooted on fact and logic. You don't even know what the fuck logic means, man.
Both Wiccan and non-Wiccan use their books to record their personal experiences working magic and performing ritual.
This guy was so fucking bored, dude.
They may copy their favorite spells, collect
I just can't stop thinking about that.
from other sources, or compose original ones. They may also include interesting and relevant bits of
It's like they took a hobby and they took it to a next extreme. They took it to another extreme to basically say, I don't want to go to church. I want to devote my time to this one thing. Yeah. It's escaping. It's okay. It's just borderline, downright escapism. It's just escapism. Take it to the next level.
folklore or history. Some books are fancy, mysterious tomes, reminiscent of what you might see in romanticized media, but like I said, today they're just as likely to be a plastic 3-ring binder full of photocopied pages or spiral-bound notebooks filled with messy notes. Today, the phrase book of
If these guys just wanted to roleplay, man, they should just roleplay and just stick with the roleplay and just RP. Bro, what the... Bro, what? But he's got a star right here in this tattoo. He's got all these things. It's like he's got all these statues. What the... What is going on?
shadows is prominent
He's got like a... Bro, he's got a smudge stick.
among many kinds of witches across traditions, but other terms have also been adopted, and many variations on the personal magical book exist today. A growing number of witches today prefer the older term grimoire and specifically distinguish between these types of books. For them, the term grimoire refers to a collection of spells and rituals, something more
Well, how else are they supposed to make money if you can't rip someone off by getting them to believe in you? I guess, yeah. You know what's funny about the about the story about the gypsy lady that I talked about? Her husband died, and therefore she had no way to maintain herself, and she basically ended up in poverty with her children, and she had to go away, someplace that's far, far away. Yeah, she went down a really bad road in life. I don't know what happened to her. All I know is that my mom went to see her one time, and never saw her again because the place that she was living in was full-blown criminal activity going on down that road.
like an instruction manual, whereas a Book of Shadows is a personal diary or magical record. At times, the term may also be used interchangeably, and some witches today no longer see the need to keep a personalized book, and instead build extensive libraries from commercially available texts or spend more time exchanging information online. So the grimoire has been thoroughly democratized, but what about the other aspect of grimoires that we talked about earlier? The magic of writing itself, in which we can conceptualize grimoires as objects of power. Because with the rise of the internet and social media, sometimes a Book of Shadows is not a book at all. More and more witches maintain digital records, organizing their materials on private
Alright, Lovis, you can come into VC. I'll drag you in.
servers, or even creating social media sites where they can share spells. Is a PDF file of the Key of Solomon a grimoire? Throughout history, so much of
He's gonna tell me something. Hold on. Oh, there you are.
I saw it.
Ah, dude. Alright, explain the towel to me.
Alright, listen up, people. This guy, first off, he didn't even do his research properly. This guy's fucking retarded. So go back to the Abgar dude.
Guard,
Right?
here.
The image.
The
Yeah, go back to the time that you saw the image.
No, right here,
right?
right here, right there.
Yeah, for me it's late. Hold on. Okay, no, that's not it. The image of the dude holding the towel.
The towel.
Yeah, because once he mentioned Abgar, it was an image of him holding the
there we
face
go.
of Christ, right?
This one right here. There you go.
Okay, that already tells that this shit is not a letter, bro.
I was gonna
Like,
say.
I don't know the fuck that the dude smoked to say Christ sent the letter. Like, this dude fucking retarded. Okay, so I'm gonna read you a thingy from the prologue of Orid. So we Orthodox, we read about it. It's the tradition. The moment that he mentioned tradition, he actually meant the Orthodoxy, the one Catholic Apostolic, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna tell you what actually happened on the Prince Abgar dude. Okay. So it's called the icon of the Lord Jesus Christ, not made with hands. Okay. At the time when our Lord preached the good news and healed every illness and infirmity of man, they lived in the city of Edessa, on the shore of Euphrates, Prince Abgar, who was completely infected with leprosy. He heard of Christ, the healer of every pain and disease, and sent an artist, Ananias, to Palestine with a letter to Christ in which he begged the Lord to come to Edessa and cure him of leprosy. I guess this is where he got the letter from, some weird shit, right? It's not that Christ wrote a letter. This dude wrote a letter asking Christ something, right?
Right.
Okay. In the event that the Lord was unable to come, the prince ordered Ananias to portray his likeness to bring it to him, believing that this likeness would be able to restore his health. The Lord answered that he was unable to come, for the time of his passion was approaching. He took a towel, wiped his face on the towel. His all pure face was perfectly pictured. The Lord gave this towel to Ananias with a message to the prince that will be healed by it, but not entirely. And later on, he will send him a messenger who would erase the remainder of the disease. Okay?
Yeah.
Receiving the towel, Prince Abgar kissed it, and the leprosy completely fell from his body, but a little bit remained on his face. Later, the apostle Thaddeus, preaching the gospel, came for Abgar and secretly healed and baptized him. The prince then destroyed the idols which stood before the gates of the city, and above the gates he placed a towel with the likeness of Christ attached to the wood, framing in gold frame and adorned with pearls. Also, the prince wrote beneath the icon of the gates, "O Christ, God, no one will be ashamed who hopes in you." So, yeah, there we go. So this is called the image of Edessa, by the way. It's an icon.
Yeah.
So that's the lunacy that this dude got. This dude is completely crazy about it. Like, I don't know what the fuck.
What the hell is the thing with the letter, though?
I don't know. Did you smoke weed? Like, it was full weed. It had to be weed.
So you just grab one thing and then just insert the thing. And it's like, oh, the letter. It's now holy now. It has some magic inside of the
No. It was just a letter that Edgar dude wrote to Christ. Like, Christ didn't wrote anything.
Oh.
He gave the towel to this guy. And then he had miracles on it because he has the image of God, right? That was the whole story. Like, this guy smoked weed to say that it was Christ that wrote the letter, and then the letter had magic.
So this letter right here that I'm showing on screen right now is completely fake.
I mean, I don't know if it is the letter of Abgar himself that wrote to Christ, right?
Well, it's Jesus to Abgar.
Wait. Is Jesus to Abgar? No.
Yeah, this is right here.
No. Like, Jesus didn't write anything. He just gave the towel. Like, this is nonsense, lunacy. Like, this is erroneous.
Ooh, somebody. Ooh.
Yes.
We forged something.
Yeah, somebody messed up here. Like, somebody did something bad here. This is not a tradition. Like, this is not a tradition at all, bro.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
The guy really wanted to insert the idea that miracles are also magic.
Yeah, it's also from notice from this guy saying, right, the idea of grimoire and all this magic stuff. He picked up the idea of, for example, right, the Bible. It possesses the word of God, right?
Yeah.
So it can actually end up performing miracles also, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the catch is, just because it can, it does not necessitate the case that everybody that says that a miracle happened, therefore everybody can be put on the same bag and called magic. Right?
Yeah.
So this is a performer's thing that I can see this dude doing, that just put everything there that people believe in the same bag and just shove it.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, he's got the PhD, therefore they're gonna appeal to him, right?
I mean, yeah, the PhD dude, he's not gonna believe in anything whatsoever, but he's gonna end up making his own biases and conclusions and his opinions, right? Remember what me and Gregory asked?
Yeah, we talked about.
Ended up talking about. The idea of these dudes will not actually be, unquote, neutral or something. They will have biases, always.
Yeah.
Right? So it's impossible. But yeah, it's just lunacy at that point.
All right.
But there we go. That's it.
Thank you for explaining that.
This is it's a fact check from the tradition, people. All right. Now we carry on.
All right. See ya, man. Thank you. Well, imagine that. All right, we were here.
relies on its materiality, inscribing a door lintel with a symbol or incantation, wearing an amulet with a few verses from the Gospels, an ancient Roman scratching a curse on a lead tablet. These actions were thought to activate the spell in a sense, and
That kind of looks like Destiny. You ever think about that?
the object is a necessary part of the equation, materializing the spell, making it more durable and practical. In her essay Almondal Grimoire, The Book as Magical Object, the scholar Janice Grill argues that the dematerialization of books, the shift from physical to digital formats, risks losing their magic because it strips away the sensory aspects that have historically imbued books with power. She argues that the materiality of books, their weight, texture, and materials have been crucial in making them more than just tools for communication. These tangible qualities also allow books to function as magical objects, believed to affect reality and enabling people to ritualize them. However, practitioners of magic are, if anything, very creative, and continuously adapt over the centuries. So whether the dematerialization of books will diminish their magical role, or simply transform it into something new and unexpected, is yet to be seen among contemporary witches. Hey everyone, thanks for watching. If you'd like to learn more about contemporary witchcraft, we're offering an online lecture, What Does It Mean to Be a Witch? Taught by Religious Studies scholar Thorn Mooney. It'll be held on October 29th.
Fucking nose ring!
Then you can register at religionforBreakfast.eventbrite.com. She'll describe 4 modes
This
through
guy
which
is a
contemporary witches
fucking
understand and
con
articulate
man.
their traditions, as religion, as spirituality, as practice, and as identity. These modes intertwine and overlap, giving rise to an eclectic movement that
There you
challenges many
go.
of the assumptions we have about the boundaries of what counts as religion in the first place. Thorn Mooney is an author and academic completing her PhD in religious studies at UNC Chapel Hill. You
And she has a nose ring.
might have seen her around on her YouTube or
She's probably a feminist too.
TikTok channels or her interview on Anthony Padilla's show. She studies the messy spaces between secularism, magic, and religion, focusing on how these overlap and blur.
Oh
Her latest
my
book is
God.
Witches Among Us.
Alright, I just paused the video because when I make this video into a YouTube video, I'm gonna add the Amogus emoji right there in front of that text. That's it. Editor? Editor, added Amogus in there.
Understanding Contemporary Witchcraft and Wicca, and I'm super excited she'll be joining us. Just in time for Halloween, we'll be holding the lecture on October 29th at 1:30 p.m. US East Coast time. Registration costs whatever you want, starting at $1. And as usual, we'll be recording the lecture and sending it out to everyone who registers, so don't worry if you can't make the lecture live. Again, to register, go to religionforbreakfast.eventbrite.com. Hope to see you there.
I will never see you there, my guy. You and I will never meet. We will never talk about anything. Because if we did, you'd try to kill me. Patreon producers! Oh my god, the Patreon! Religion for Breakfast. Man, what a name. 1.23 million subscribers, man! And they eat it up. Woo! The issue with a lot of these channels isn't even the info or lack of. It's how they frame the selling of knowledge at the beginning and end of their videos. It's like the concern of more money based on their framing. Yeah. You know. Sorry, I saw something you posted in the Shit Posting Express. Okay, hold on. Let me see how big this video is. No, it's too big. It's too big. I'm sorry. I'll say this for another time. How about this one? Who really rules Saudi Arabia? No, it's too long. Okay. I didn't plan to do a whole like reacting today, and honestly, I'm kind of bored. I'm kind of hungry. I mean, I had fun. Oh my god, now I have to keep going, don't I?
Doctor.
You saw L. Yeah, I did. Your ASMR voices are prey now. Sorry, you missed out on the ASMR voice. I'm sorry.
Doctor.
You play prey.
Doctor.
No, dude, I love shitting on these things. I love shitting on this shit as well. It's just that Lois has the Y. Anyway, hey Zaris, how you doing? You say you're playing prey? Welcome, Raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Risfel. I am a mercenary, and I go out of my way to fight anybody, I guess. These Loontunes deserve it? Yeah, they do. Anyway, if you need to go and catch a break, go and sleep, and do what you gotta do, go ahead and do that. We're gonna fight. I like to fight these fucking lunacy right here. That these people grant themselves for this bullshit. I was gonna end the stream until you started reading me, and it's like, oh fuck, now I have to keep going, don't I? Fuck, dude. I went to easy rage bait. I know. It's so fucking easy. It's so easy to rage bait. So easy to rage bait me. Unfortunately, okay, here's the thing. I don't want to keep streaming. I want to do content now. I want to actually edit videos right now. Or play game. Or something. Or just manage my content. I think we've done enough of the rage baiting. I think this video right here already pisses me the fuck off. Edit on stream? Edit videos live? Nah. No. I'm gonna eat first. I'm gonna eat first, and then maybe I'll think about what to do next. But definitely for sure, I think this is the end. Sorry, Cyrus, you rated me at the worst possible time, but I appreciate all it. He doesn't want to show us the tricks. No, it's just fucking okay. Yeah, you want me to show you the tricks? All I ever do is fucking open this thing. Adobe Premiere. You eat on stream? I can eat on stream. I need to unrate. All I ever do is just do this nonsense. Here you can see the Dharma, the monk shit. I can make the video right here. And all I ever did was just this. It's called Dharma. It's just the fucking making of the Dharma video or the Dharma thing. And we're gonna be here for a little while. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be like loading, analyzing for a long while because it's a very heavy thing and videos take a long time to process. Even with the
kill is to uphold the Dharma.
And then we have the whole thing right here. It was just walking around like right. Come on, let me show the video.
Is there such a thing as being too wet?
Hydrate.
Harriet!
Brother's not even showing the video. There we go. And a bunch of nonsense. Look at that. Look at this. All you ever do is just look for places where you can say to kill is to uphold the Dharma. All I ever did was just run around till I get the guy to say the stupid phrase, and I can actually clip it out. That's all I did. By the way, the Rory Talks videos are funny conspiracy. The Claykyo channel generally is infuriating, so I want people to suffer with. Alright. Okay, here's the question. I'm gonna ask you guys the question. And I know that you guys are like, you can stream however the hell you want. How long are you gonna be here on stream just watching this nonsense? I could keep doing some more reacts, but I'm gonna base this off based on people's interest tonight. Based on that answer, I'll choose if I want to keep going. No, what you edit now? Yes. Okay. I got one yes. No, what you edit now? The fuck am I gonna edit, bro? I'm staying until you leave? Damn. Alright. He says as he's not going to bed. Wait. Oh, I fucking hate these guys! They took forever to say the goddamn thing, dude. Yeah, fuck you. I think I die here too. Oh no, I actually teleported over here. Fucking Christ, dude. And then he does the thing. And then it took so long to get to this point in the story, or in the playthrough, to be able to say, just get this. Didn't make any sense. And that's how we got the thing. Alright, I'm gonna keep going, but first, I'm gonna go and get some food. Alright? Benny? Sorry, no. Sorry, I forgot the command. What is the command? What is the ancient grimoire that I discovered to command Vanny to do the thing that I want her to do? You know? You know, because magic is apparently words, and words is written down on text. Do what you want. Yeah, right? Yeah, I'm gonna do a short rest. I'm gonna go eat some food. Okay. Vanny, short rest. Thank you kindly, woman. However, I'm not gonna leave you guys bored. I'm gonna leave you something to watch. I'm gonna let you see something. that you know what? Let's go with food. Let's go with food. How about that? We're gonna make some foodies. Shrimp. Bush fried shrimp. With fried shrimp. How about that? Need a long ass video, like a 14-minute video. Just because I had that morning pizza. I blame you. Blame me all you want, buddy. All good to me. It's all good to me. I should just have like a playlist of like a bunch of foods that you just. About this. I put it on repeat because I might not be around. How about that?
Many home cooks have.
Whoa. Relax, lady. Relax. All right, I'll be right back.
Have an absolute fear of frying. But making fried shrimp in your own kitchen, well, it's really quite simple. And when you bite into that crunchy coating that covers the tender, seasoned shrimp within, you're gonna have to agree that it's much better than anything you'll find in a restaurant. Let's get started. By the way, this lesson is from our Mastering Shrimp class, which is out now on ATK Classes on the America's Test Kitchen app. Now in this class, you'll learn how to purchase, prepare, and even brine shrimp to keep them moist and tender. And we're gonna show you how to put the shells to work to add more shrimp flavor to just about any dish. You'll learn different techniques for cooking shrimp as you make weeknight-friendly dishes with bold, bright flavors. And you're gonna learn at your own pace and have lots of fun while you do it. But first, let's talk about fried shrimp. Anytime you're frying foods, it's a good idea to get as many of the components all settled and done before you start cooking. And with shrimp, the cooking goes very fast. So let's get started with our sauce. Now this is kind of a hybrid of two really well-known seafood dipping sauces. We've got cocktail sauce and tartar sauce. We're gonna mix them together. So I've got a half cup of ketchup, one of the best ingredients ever invented, one of my favorites, mixed with another one. This is a half cup of mayonnaise. So you got that tart, we got the creamy in there, yum. This is a quarter cup of prepared horseradish. I'm gonna give it a little zing and kick. This is 2 teaspoons of Worcestershire, a teaspoon of lemon juice. We've got a half a teaspoon of Old Bay seasoning. It's a pretty traditional blend of spices, you know it well. And then finally, this is a half teaspoon of cayenne pepper, but we've got the mayonnaise to kind of cool things down so it won't be too hot. All right, I'm gonna take a little whisk here. Now you can make this in advance if you want, just store it in the fridge. But don't tell anybody about it, otherwise they will start dipping everything into it. All right, let me set this aside. Now we're gonna work on a really fabulous seasoning that's gonna go directly on our shrimp. And you'll see that's kind of a theme here. We're seasoning everything because fried foods can often be, well, kind of tasteless. They just taste like crisp, bready things. We wanna make sure that everything is really hyper seasoned. So this is just 3/4 teaspoon of salt. That's the base of our mix. I've got a teaspoon of granulated garlic, got a 1/4 teaspoon of cayenne pepper, so a little zing there too, and a 1/4 teaspoon of black pepper. So 2 different kinds of heat, really going to give our shrimp tons of flavor. So that looks great, so let me get the shrimp here. All right, so for our recipe today, we are using 1.5 pounds of extra large shrimp. That means that there are 21 to 25 shrimp per pound. Again, we're using 1.5 pounds. That's why you see more than 21 to 25 here. We do want to prep our shrimp. We've already peeled it. We've deveined it. We've left the little tails on. And we want to pat dry the shrimp. And that's to make sure that our coating that we're going to use in a minute does not come away from the shrimp. If you end up with wet shrimp and then you go to batter it or bread it, sometimes if there's too much moisture in there, it can kind of puff and release the coating away from the shrimp. We want the coating to stick to the shrimp. So it pays to do this. You want to make sure patted dry really well. I've gone ahead and done the second side already. So now I just want to sprinkle our spice mixture directly on the shrimp. Just need to get it on one side there. So it's a really potent spice mixture. Whenever you're coating things, it's a good idea to be a little judicious the first time around. That way you can always go back and add more, but you don't want to dump all of the seasoning on the first couple of shrimp. All right, so these are just about coated. I'm going to go back and add more. Now, there was quite a bit of salt in this particular seasoning. Again, it was 3/4 teaspoon of table salt. And that's going to help those flavors to work their way into the shrimp. And it's also going to help the shrimp to retain their juiciness. So just overall a good thing to do. All right, let's move on down to our next component. So for our coating, we're using a 2-part coating. We want it to be substantial, really well seasoned, and also very crisp. So let me show you what we're doing. Starting off with making a batter. This is a 1/2 cup of all-purpose flour. I'm going to add a 1/2 cup of water. Doesn't look like much yet. That's okay. We're going to add 2 eggs. That's going to give the batter a little bit of heft. And we're going to season this batter. I've got a 1/2 teaspoon of table salt. So again, just seasoning at every step. And a 1/4 teaspoon of ground black pepper. Take my whisk. And this is the point that I really want to take my time. Make sure to get out any lumps in here, because nobody wants to bite into a piece of fried shrimp that's got a hush puppy attached to it. Actually, that sounds really good. I would totally buy that. So that looks good. Now, we're not just using the batter. We're also going to use some breadcrumbs. It's 2 cups of panko breadcrumbs, and they have an almost grated, flaky texture. And that's perfect because they're already crisp. So in combination, these 2 things, we're going to get our heft, we're going to get our seasoning from our batter, but we're going to get that ultimate crispness from the already crisp panko. All right, so we've got our panko ready, we've got our batter, our seasoned batter ready. Let's start breading. So we're going to take our shrimp one at a time, just hold it by the tail, and I'm going to dip it in the batter. I'm going to let any excess kind of fall away here. Doesn't take long. Keeping this hand nice and clean, we're going to coat the shrimp with the panko. I like to press it right on there. All right, just to make sure it's good adherence. Now I'm going to put it right on a clean sheet pan here. So you can see the little tails exposed. Again, that's going to be for dipping. All right, let me do another one here. Again, into the batter, let it drip, and into the panko. This is a great opportunity to get your kids cooking with you. This is a nice, easy task for them. And if you're lucky, you can sucker them into washing the dishes as well. All right, I'm going to finish breading all of these, and then we'll clean up. The shrimp look great. They're all breaded, almost ready to go. I want to put these into the fridge and get the shrimp nice and cold while we heat up our oil, but you can leave them in the fridge up to 2 hours in advance. While our shrimp are chilling, we're going to heat up our oil. Now I've got 1.5 quarts of vegetable oil that I'm heating over medium-high heat until it reaches a temperature of 350 degrees. That's the right temp. It's going to crisp up the shrimp very quickly. It's not going to burn it. Now, if we fry at a much lower temp, the shrimp can turn out a little bit greasy. So again, 350 is the magic number. Now, a few frying best practices here. We've got a large Dutch oven. This is a 6-quart Dutch oven. You want a large pot so that will avoid any boilovers. Definitely don't want that. And this is an enamel cast iron pot, so it's going to really retain that heat. That's going to help us with frying. Now the frying process goes just like that, super fast. So we want to be ready on the other side. So I've got a rimmed baking sheet lined with a triple layer of paper towels. That's ready to receive the beautiful fried shrimp on the other end. All right, 350, that's the magic number. Now we can add our shrimp. We're going to cook it in 3 batches. And that's so that we don't overload the oil with too many shrimp, which would lower the temperature of the oil. Again, that will lead to greasy shrimp. We don't want that. Now you can add each batch 1 shrimp at a time, but I like to use one of these skimmers and just put a few shrimp in there. Probably 4 will fit right in here, and we can add 4 at a time. So I'm going to go right into the oil here. And as I go in there, I just want to move them around so they don't stick to each other, and I'll quickly add 4 more here. There we go. So it's about 12 shrimp per batch here. Another 4. Oh, it smells so good. In it goes. And now, once the last batch has gone in, stirring it, we want to let this cook only for a minute or 2 until they get really beautiful brown and crisp. All right, let's take a look-see. I mean, come on. Deep golden brown color. Oh, let's get them to our paper towel lined plates. These cook super quick, but you can see how crisp they are. And that's because we used the panko there. If we were to just use batter, the shrimp would have had to spend too much time in the pot in order to get that crisp. There we go. Don't have to be precious at this point. You can see it's really clung to the shrimp too. So now we just have to wait till our oil is back up to 350, which by the way, it is. We are there. So we're gonna add our second batch, loading up our skimmer here 4 at a time and cook it exactly the same way. All right, let's take a look at the second batch here. Oh my goodness, maybe better than the first batch. Let's just put this on our tray. Oh, yeah, Long John Silver's got nothing on us. All right, just have to fry that last batch and then I'm gonna clean up and we can eat. Can't wait to tuck in here. I'll be a little judicious here and not take too much, of course, some of that beautiful sauce. Now, if you do dip it right into the bowl, I promise I won't tell. All right, so. Can you hear that? That is so crunchy, really crisp. Shrimp isn't greasy at all. And then inside is beautiful and tender and really well seasoned. These shrimp are flavored from the inside out, and it all started with that mix of spices and salt. The salt draws the flavors into the shrimp and helps keep the shrimp nice and juicy. Now we battered the shrimp before dipping them into already crisp panko crumbs, and that ensured an unbelievably crunchy coating that stuck right to the shrimp. Finally, we fried it all in batches, and that prevented the cooking oil temperature from dropping and helps the shrimp to turn golden brown without overcooking. Don't forget that lovely sauce too. Hope you enjoy the fried shrimp. I know I'm going to enjoy it right now. Goodbye. Now that you know how to fry shrimp to perfection, you're ready to take the next step. And with ATK classes, you'll get access to a wide variety of lessons filled with masterful techniques, helpful videos, and step-by-step photos. From knife skills and making hand-rolled pasta to baking and frosting incredible cakes. And there's so much more. So download the America's Test Kitchen app and start learning with ATK classes today.
All right, I'm back. You know what? I'm back. Nope, you're late. You're late. You're late to the fucking party, brother. The ASMR is gone. It's done. It's donezo. GG's. Should have been here sooner rather than later. Even I missed it. I mean, you guys were doing your own thing, playing Fellowship and stuff. Well, that's the reason why I wanted to end the stream earlier. That was why. But I got some musings to talk about. Got some musings to make. Some shit to talk about. Some ramblings to be rambled. Some things to be said about things. All right. Benny, Chip, have with me a snack of irreparable damage. This, okay, do this. And they're gonna get off this fucking video. Oh, got this video. Got this video. Now we're gonna do a couple of musings. Frosting of cake. Nope, no frosting cake for you, my guy. Alright. Yeah, what a fucking day. So I was having this thought, right? I was having this thought about I had pasta and salad. I had pasta and salad, but it wasn't enough, so I had pasta and chips. Just in case. Let me see if I actually like crunch this thing like that. That's not so bad. The noise gate doesn't really do anything. Though it does hear the fucking, like, the mic pick up. Oh. It is what it is. From now on, the stream is just me eating right now. The stream is just me eating the entire time. BRB? Alright. Clovis? I have an idea. I had an idea. And I think you would appreciate this idea. Sometimes I think to myself, as a VTuber, I shouldn't have gone down the mercenary route, and I think I should have gone down the I don't know, man, with all these fucking occult shit and stuff that we're watching recently, and all the stuff that we've been watching, I should have gone down the Mage Slayer route. I genuinely believe I should have gone the route of killing fucking mages and demons and shit. Specifically witches. I'm starting to believe that right now. I mean, think about it. Think about it. We see so much occult shit out there. People grant themselves a bunch of lunacy out there. And people eat it up. It's a religion. That being said, nothing that says I cannot slay mages right now. Still crossing your short? Nah. What do you mean, bro? See a sword? This sword is already a cross. What are you talking about? This sword is already a cross in itself. You know that most swords are shaped to look like a cross for a reason, right? It wasn't because of it wasn't because yeah, it is fab. Right, because it's mine. I think this is my calling. I think this is my calling now. I think it's my calling to fucking carve these fucking idiots and cut them down. Cut them down, then by their lunacy. Don't be the main niche of the content that I do. There's so much occult shit that people eat up. I feel like I have to do something about it, man. I feel like I need to look at these videos that people glaze the shit out of and fucking disprove every single one of them. As well as it is, I thought about having a Templar Knight model. That money. I mean, no one's stopping you from doing that. So, I mean, in lore, TikTok pagans? We can watch some of that. We got some TikTok pagans. Aneurysm? No. Oh yeah, no. Real ancient pagans would hate TikTok pagans? Of course they would. Of course they fucking would. They're all a bunch of fucking nonsense. Black Hebrew Israelites. Alright. Hold on. Alright. We're not. Benny, back to work. The video. Fuck is it? I need the J Dyer version. There we go. The black Hebrew Israelites right here.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
But the Dark Ages was a time when black people ruled Europe. So when you go into the real history, you'll see King James was...
That's King James right there. That's James LeBron. That's King LeBron right there.
Black. He was not a white guy. You'll see his whole lineage of kings.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
Who was a homosexual himself, who was in love with his sister Lucretia, who they made the image of Lucretia to be Mary. And that became the Renaissance era. Lucretia.
So hold on, you telling me Lucretia? That's a black name right there. How you gonna say that the people that was framing the black people were also black? That don't make no sense. Lucretia is a black as hell name. Lucretia. The church even allowed, you know what I'm saying? The church allowed for straight pimping. That have been suppressed. Listen to my brother. In the 1500s, it was legal to be a pimp. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings.
Believe it or not, there are people out there that actually believe that this guy, Jay Dyer, one of the best debaters in the world for apologetics, although he retired recently. But yeah, there are black people out there that truly believe that black people were kings back in the day. They really fucking believe that they are actually entitled to... Oh Lord, have you heard the new Tobolska song? No, I have not. What's that? Oh wait, hold on. This guy? Oh, this guy. Get the fuck out of my country. Oh shit. This one? I could do that. But I need to make it shorter. Oh shit.
English, do you speak it? If not, get the fuck out, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, get the fuck out. I'm sick of these people who think that we're equal. Get out of my country before we delete you. We don't want your culture, we don't want your flags here, we don't want your language polluting our street signs. Go fuck yourself, invader scum. Go back to wherever you came from. Saw a lady replace a USA flag with a flag from Somalia. She said she loves her country but hates our history. I said Somalia still has slavery. Go fuck yourself, invader scum. Go back to wherever you came from. Sometimes when we deport illegals, they turn around and come right back in. Why don't we launch them to some other planet so they stay the fuck out of our country? Go fuck yourself, invader scum. Go back to wherever you came from.
This is really good.
The usual suspects, the same damn story. Another new mugshot, this guy's got 40. Dead to rights, but the poly market says 80% he walks free again. I made that up. I made that up. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of my country.
Bro, I didn't know Tobolska was so based.
Invader scum. Fuck out of my country. Get the fuck out. Invader scum. out of my country, out of my country.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. Like that. You know what will get you a video? The Lord Fuck Was Right video. I'll watch that one. I've seen it already, but I'll make you guys watch it. Just to as a palate cleanser for me. Yeah, this one right here. Oh my god.
Like many of you out there, Kodo and I grew up on Shrek. It's one of our favorite childhood movies. And even to this day, we both still love the movie. But man, going back and watching it again through the eyes of an adult was a really sobering experience for both of us.
Yes, very much so.
And we certainly still find the movie entertaining, but it is very clear that Shrek is inarguably subversive in ways that we just didn't realize when we were young.
And after watching Shrek again, I came to the realization that Farquaad was like totally right and totally justified in just about everything that he did.
Look at him, man.
And I think a big part of it.
Look at this beautiful man. Look at him. Nice. He may be small, but bro, look at that chin right there. He's so regal. So good.
Is regardless of the actual actions he made, the film paints him as bad. As a kid or a less discerning adult, you're not even paying attention to what he actually did or the motivation behind it. It's just, oh, the music came on to tell you he's bad. Oh, we know he's the villain.
Right. The framing is the issue here. And so, to that end, the main point that I want to make to you is that in this movie, Farquaad is painted as the villain, but he is absolutely right. Farquaad is the only character with any selfless motivation in the entire movie. Because one of the things you see about Farquaad very quickly on is that his entire motivation is based around making Duloc, his own personal kingdom, as perfect as it can possibly be. Yet the show is constantly making fun of him or throwing ad hominems at him or attacking him when he's right. I mean, consider this. List out all the other motivations of the characters in the movie. What does Shrek want? Shrek wants to get rid of the fairy tale creatures that have invaded his home and return to his former lifestyle. That's what he wants.
There's an F. There's an F next to the swamp, bro. Oh, God.
Donkey wants protection from Farquaad's men and to make friends and have companionship. And Fiona wants to break her curse and marry her true love. Now, none of those motivations are bad or evil at all, but all of them are fundamentally self-interested except for Farquaad. Because again, what Farquaad wants is order and perfection for his kingdom, and he's ultimately martyred for pursuing that noble goal.
We're going to get into it, but the movie paints Farquaad as super selfish for wanting a princess, but we get a clear indication he is doing it to legitimize his title as king for the betterment of Duloc.
Right. And also, I don't know, in order to...
You really need a princess to legitimize your claim to the throne. Can you just, you know... You could just be a self-made king. I don't know. I actually never understood that part of the point. That's the reason why Shrek, you need noble blood. I mean, he had that, right? He had that. I mean, then again, you probably don't want to be running around with a bunch of bastards in your kingdom and basically say that they're the one that lay claim to the birthright. Yeah. He was a lord. Okay. That makes sense.
To keep a kingdom going, you kind of need an heir, huh?
Yeah, that's a bit important.
Very sensible sequence of events and things that Farquaad does. All of it makes sense. But oh man, the writers desperately want you to hate Farquaad. And you see this almost instantly because they introduce him to you in a scene where...
I don't think anybody hated Farquaad, did they? I thought he was funny. I thought he was a very good villain. I thought it was cool.
He's torturing the gingerbread man. Now, if you ignore a lot of the context surrounding this, you could believe that he's a bad guy. He tells you what he's doing and why he's doing it. The only reason he is torturing the gingerbread man is to find out where the rest of the fairy tale creatures are.
Now tell me, where are the others?
And the reason why he wants them gone is because they are ruining his perfect society and, to quote him, poisoning his perfect world. Now, that sounds harsh, but when you look at the things they're doing, and how much of a nuisance they make themselves.
Oh my god, bro, this thing is way ahead of its time. Basically, the fairy tale creatures are immigrants, right? They're a nuisance in society. They do not belong. Oh my god.
All this makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Like even Shrek wanted to do, yeah, this is This is the new Australia the Illusia wanted.
Even if his methods aren't ideal. But also consider what he could have done. Farquaad could have resorted to more extreme methods like enslavement or even exterminatus. But instead, this dude opts peacefully to relocate these guys, at great detriment to himself.
Think of the cost to relocate them rather than just send them on their way or exterminate them.
Right. That clearly took resources and effort. Now, the only exception that you could point to and say, okay, Farquaad's out of line for doing this.
Yeah, he's not a fascist. He didn't kill them. He humanely disposed of them with their lives intact.
This is wrong. The only exception is he kills the mama bear, which he uses to make a rug. And yeah, that definitely feels forced and out of character for Farquaad, but even so, I'm still willing to say that he deserved to spoil himself for a job well done. Look at how clean Duloc is. Did he not deserve this?
Yeah, if the cost is that he killed a bear, what are we talking about? But on top of that, if you're going to use that as evidence that he's evil for making a rug out of the bear, which ostensibly would be a threat to him because he kicked them out and exiled them, but how much more evil then are Shrek and Fiona for turning a random frog and snake who are of no threat to them?
Oh shit! They're gonna go with this angle
into balloon animals and sending them into outer space. That genuinely happens. They blow them up.
Goodbye, frog and snake. They're dead. They're all dead.
Balloon animals and send them into outer space.
And tie them into a knot. Fiona ties the snake into a balloon animal.
They're just minding their own business.
At least Farquaad had the decency to kill the bear. Fiona's out here torturing snakes and frogs.
The fairy tale creatures are persecuted all throughout the movie, yet they're clearly a nuisance and don't belong in Duloc. We're shown that Farquaad hates them and wants them out, but we see clearly that it's not because of some immutable characteristic that the characters have, it's because they've poisoned his perfect kingdom. And again,
I mean, they're fucking annoying, bro. Look at this shit. They're just some luring shit going on here.
That phrasing is used to paint him as a bad guy. When we look at it, it is completely logical for him to want this.
Well, yeah, and Farquaad doesn't state how they've poisoned the world, so it leads you to wonder. But then you look at what these fairy tale creatures do, and it's like, oh, I see how he came to that conclusion. Because whenever these fairy tale creatures arrive at Shrek's house, you want to know the first thing they do? They invade his home, they vandalize it, they lock him out of his own house.
Yeah, they do that. They absolutely do that.
These people are a nuisance. Like, I can see why he'd want them gone.
Now, you can call me schizo, and to be fair, this is Shrek Schizo Hour. But the more I go back and watch these kids' movies, the more I see the subtle messaging to normalize things like accepting outsiders, even to the detriment of your own people, like we see in this movie.
Well, you can definitely see in this movie, they want...
What the fuck? This image.
Want you to be afraid of authoritarians, even authoritarians that are benevolent, that are doing you good, that are fixing your society, even to the point of making them perfect. Shouldn't we want capable, able, courageous, strong leaders to actually fix the problems?
You can feel the postmodern undertones of this film, where individualism is so important.
Shrek represents the outsider, the marginalized, the other, who could be any of the oppressed minorities in America. Wow.
To them that even if the society is literally perfect, it's still not enough because one guy has too much control. Because we see that after Shrek completes Farquaad's quest and delivers Fiona back to him, Farquaad honors his deal with Shrek despite having no reason to hold up his end of the bargain. Because we've seen he doesn't like fairy tale creatures, yet he is still honorable enough to relocate them again at the cost of his own manpower and resources to do so. And on top of that, we're going to see later, it is totally logical for him to take out this ogre, but yet he still shows honor in not only letting him live, but keeping his end of the bargain.
I wouldn't call it honor. He didn't do the thing himself. I mean, then again, he's not capable of it, right?
Now, what's even better about this is it appears as though Farquaad has been successful and has made Duloc a truly perfect place. And that's evidenced by the fact that the city is pristine. It's clean, it's orderly, it's safe, it's prosperous. You don't have fent zombies running around everywhere. And even Shrek himself acknowledges this near the end of the movie.
I love Duloc, first of all, very clean.
And what's funny is the mirror that Farquaad brings in, whenever Farquaad says, mirror, mirror on the wall, is this not the most perfect kingdom of them all? The mirror doesn't say, you know what, this kingdom actually sucks. The mirror says, well, yeah, it's fine, you're just not a king. he doesn't reject the claim that Duloc is perfect. He doesn't. He only rejects the claim that Farquaad's a king. So naturally, Farquaad, to right this, sets off to seek a queen. To, again, as we talked about before, cement his legitimacy as king and presumably produce an heir to keep it going. But add on top of Farquaad's virtues, the fact that he is very clearly a clever dude. At the beginning of the movie, whenever the tournament scene is happening and Shrek barges in, Farquaad then says whoever kills the ogre will have the honor of going on the quest for me. But as Shrek destroys all of his men, Farquaad then says, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send Shrek out on this quest to rescue Fiona instead of sending one of his own men.
And honestly, the very fact that they're having a tournament to determine this kind of tells you they live in complete peace and have security. Because typically in times of peace, they have these tournaments to keep the soldiers sharp because they're not out fighting.
Also keep in mind that the villagers were insanely entertained by this. Like, not only is he providing safety and security, but also entertainment. Come on now. Farquaad's problem is that he had no way of knowing that his bride-to-be would also end up being a slam pig for Green Kings. Truly, his only crime was being born 5'11".
Even the writers of this know.
He was not 5'11". Relax.
A woman would rather choose an ogre than a short guy.
People may counter what we're saying by saying, oh, well, Farquaad's an egomaniac. But I would say, given the circumstances, is that not warranted? Like, if Trump deported all the illegals, cleaned up all the major cities, and got rid of the Fent zombies, I would happily worship him as the god emperor of mankind. I wish Trump were like Farquaad.
Well, Farquaad's not on the Epstein list, so you can start there. It's also just insulting that a man who did so much good for the town of Duloc died so unceremoniously. Like, after Donkey rides in and has Dragon eat Farquaad, the villagers even clap at Donkey's joke about Farquaad's death. This is so jarring when you consider that, based on the little we see of Duloc, it genuinely seems like poverty and crime doesn't exist here. The one wide shot we see of the city outside of the church paints this city as pristine. It looks like an amazing place to live.
By the way, also keep in mind that in the Shrek Halloween special, we see Duloc again after Farquaad is dead, and it's genuinely become a haunted ghost town. This man was single-handedly holding up this city, and Shrek ruined it by calling the dragon in here to eat him.
Now, since the film obviously paints Farquaad as the villain,
the virgin Shrek ruins everything, gets reward, destroys civilization. 2 dads, listen to Filthy Swamp, that wife, he's sitting down, hopes and sees about being rightly profiled, eats people. No fat chicks, man. Benevolent dictator, build civilization, Sigma jawline. Yeah, bro, it's the jawline, dude. You gotta give it some credit where it's due.
villain and Shrek
Isn't gay.
is the hero. Let's contrast the actions of these two, and it'll become abundantly clear who the real hero is. Shrek throughout this film is almost exclusively self-interested. His primary motivation is reclaiming his home for himself. And as we said before, there's nothing wrong with wanting to preserve your own home, unless you're ethnically European, of course. Farquaad is portrayed as being evil for exiling the fairy tale creatures, but Shrek literally says once he delivers Fiona back to Farquaad, he's going to build a wall around his swamp. It's funny that people get mad when Farquaad's going to do it, but no one cares when Shrek does it.
What's kind of funny is neither the hero nor the villain in this film wants the illegal immigrants. It's almost like all of us can agree they need to go. But ultimately, the main issue spawns from the fact that Shrek is a morally bankrupt ogre, but somehow is painted as the sympathetic hero of the movie. And the whole message of the movie is don't judge a book by its cover, which is incredibly stupid. Because the whole purpose of a cover is to inform you of what the contents of the book are. Somehow Shrek has the audacity to point the finger at others for noticing his terrible behavior and judging him for it while pretending like he is.
Yeah, it took Donkey to point that out.
Is it responsible for his horrible reputation? I mean, consider this. He takes tremendous joy in absolutely terrorizing the villagers. I mean, there's an entire music video that plays at the beginning of the movie to demonstrate just how much Shrek loves scaring people. And not only is Shrek scaring Farquaad's subjects, he kills them and eats them. I mean, he has a jar of eyeballs on his kitchen table and says that the jelly from human eyeballs is actually quite good on toast.
Keep in mind, we see him eating from this jar of eyeballs before the villagers show up, so you can't say that this was a reaction to them invading his swamp.
He's just playing with his food. It's rich that Shrek laments the fact that people judge him without getting to know him, yet he doesn't pay that same courtesy to other people. I mean, he repeatedly judges Farquaad for being short, and he also judges Fiona because she didn't act the way he thinks a princess should act.
Thank you, Odie. See you soon.
Shrek is a massive hypocrite throughout this whole movie.
On top of that, Shrek destroys an entire kingdom just to get a crumb of mediocre Nookie Pop. The moment he marries Fiona.
Yeah. I wasn't really part of the camp of people who were like, "Oh my God, Fiona's so much better looking as an ogre." Nah. It's okay. I'm an asshole. I'm a bad person for saying this, for wanting a normal human being woman.
Fiona, she gets fat.
That's actually incredible. What did the movie mean by this? Well, in addition to all those bad things, Shrek is immensely selfish and has no regard for other people. Shrek gives Donkey a YouTube apology video only to get information out of Donkey. He doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
Doesn't mean that at
all. I know what you're talking about.
Well, he completely emotionally manipulates him because he is shutting Donkey.
Oh, I want to watch that one. I actually want to see one with Prince Charming.
Down on every front in terms of continuing his friendship with him until he lets that slip, at which point he pretends to care only to extort that information out of him.
Right. You also gotta love the typical, well guys, I messed up. Just typical YouTube apology video.
On top of that, Shrek doesn't even apologize to Fiona for eavesdropping in on her conversation with Donkey.
Hey, listen. Cute. She's cute, well proportioned, and breedable, and not a furry. I'll take it.
He, on top of misunderstanding it because he didn't have the context of who she was speaking about, but instead of asking, he just soys out and leaves, goes and gets Farquaad to fast track the marriage. And in the marriage scene where Shrek busts
he soys out
through the doors to break up the marriage, he whistles to the dragon to come eat Farquaad. And man, he is entirely in the wrong for even interrupting this marriage to begin with, just because he changed his mind last second.
Right. And to be fair, like, Shrek is doing it in self-defense, but it's like if you invade someone else's home and then you proceed to engage in self-defense. You're wrong because you were in their house. You are in a place you do not belong. So the self-defense charge doesn't really work here.
I don't know, man. In some states, you have to ask them to leave before you can defend yourself.
You need to leave!
And I'm sure everyone watching this is familiar with the extremely famous line that Shrek has in this film, where he makes his little speech about how ogres are like onions because they have layers. But watching this as an adult, it rang so hollow because he simply just proclaims it and doesn't elaborate, but we're shown evidence to the contrary throughout this film. Throughout this entire movie,
that really it never really settled on me.
Shrek is bitter, he's selfish, he's mean to everyone, including Donkey, and the only person he treats well is the one girl that he just happened to catch feelings for. So, while the movie tells us ogres have layers, what we actually see is that they are exactly what humans see them as on a surface level.
This movie is essentially just telling us to ignore our lying eyes.
And the one selfless act that we do have to give Shrek some credit for is he does save Donkey from becoming Dragon's sex slave when they're rescuing Fiona, but this does not make up for how he treats him the other 95% of the movie.
By the way, what a wild thing to include in a children's movie. That scene was crazy subversive. Like, what are we doing putting this in a kid's movie?
Subversive.
Are you referring to where Donkey makes a comment that makes it sound like the dragon's giving him a little sloppy toppy?
Yes. Well, he says, hey, what you gonna do with that? It's like, what are we doing, man? This is bad. But genuinely, like, going back to the Shrek conversation, genuinely, what conclusion are people supposed to draw when this is the sort of stuff Shrek does on a regular basis? People are totally justified for judging Shrek, and it gets even worse in the following movies. So if you guys want, and there's an appetite for it, I mean, maybe we'll look into doing a video on those at some point.
We've become hyper aware of propaganda in modern media because a lot of today's writers lack any sort of subtlety to push their message.
Oh no!
Without just beating you over the head with it. But the more and more I watch 90s and early 2000s media now as an adult, the more I can see the subtle propaganda that a lot of us missed as kids.
Right. The Rock goes so far back. Hollywood as a whole really has been pushing this for ages.
Reinforcing and normalizing a nation's people to embrace outsiders and give no care to things like border security is how you end up with Muhammad being the most popular name for newborns in the UK.
The Shrek movie actually teaches us a very valuable lesson, which is
we are in actually the judging book by its cover works most of the time. It does work now. Yeah.
Is that we actually should judge a book by its cover. And
oh, there it is. There it is.
we're actually vindicated when we do so.
This is you. I'm sure these guys are just making these books like almost like a ironic thing, but I can see the point he's trying. All right, watch this one. We are all Prince Charming.
Prince Charming is the perfect representative of the average white man in modern Western society. In Shrek,
whoa, that's racist.
3, Prince Charming is hated, mocked, humiliated, and even replaced by an outsider in his own country, while his former countrymen completely turn on him and accept the unacceptable without question.
Prince Charming really is living in a world that's gone completely crazy and abandoned all logic and reason by...
Yeah, he's like Kent. He's like Kent from the B movie. You know, Kent, he actually is the guy who makes the most sense.
Letting these ogres come in and rule, yet he's being treated like the crazy one for noticing that the world's been turned upside down.
It's not exactly subtle either.
And it's his unwillingness to accept the new normal and him fighting back in order to restore his homeland that ultimately causes him to meet an untimely death at the end of this movie.
Mommy? Hey, you. You're finally awake.
And I can't help but feel there's an obvious message being sent that if you will not step aside and let the outsiders destroy your society, you must be ousted and replaced by someone else who will accept the perfect new world order.
And this is what Prince Charming fundamentally is rebelling against. For the sin of attempting to restore his homeland to its rightful state, he must be impoverished, humiliated, and ultimately killed.
It's the most effective way for social changes. Humiliate your enemy and make them poorer.
At the beginning of the movie, King Harold is dying, and Fiona and Shrek fill in for him to rule temporarily. And consider, Fiona made a conscious decision to become an ogre, so it's ludicrous that the people are even okay with her ruling in the first place. It's even worse when you consider that despite King Harold getting on board with Shrek and Fiona's marriage, his death is still played as a joke. On his deathbed, he tells Shrek and Fiona,
"But your love for Shrek has taught me so much."
This scene shows us that Fiona's love for Shrek taught Harold that it's okay for your daughter to embrace her curse, have her values undermined, live in a rotting swamp, and produce little ogre babies that don't resemble him at all.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. I think it's because of the king that Fiona... Oh, yeah, no, that's not true. Fiona was cursed by a witch. I remember that. Why didn't he go for the witch? Or... Yeah, why didn't he go for the witch?
They're even so on the nose with how little they respect Harold that in a later scene, Fiona uses a secret passageway that depicts Harold kissing a horse's butt. There is no amount of submission that will ever make you a member of
that. I didn't even see that. Oh, I forgot about that.
Club. This is the future that the goblins that run Hollywood want for you. Your final comfort before you die is knowing that your daughter is now a swamp shark. You'll have little green freak babies as your grandkids. And let's not forget, Shrek doesn't want to rule, but instead of stepping aside and letting Prince Charming, who has a rightful claim to the throne, that being the promise of King Harold, he embarks on an adventure to find a distant heir to Harold to take on the responsibility of ruling so that he doesn't have to.
Now, this relative turns out to be Arthur Pendragon, and our introduction to him is an immediate subversion of expectations by making us think he's a tall, handsome Giga Chad, but we immediately discover that this kid's actually an outcast.
Stop squirming, Arthur.
I'm not Arthur. That dork over there is Arthur.
Now, through manipulation and deceit, Shrek absolutely gaslights Artie into coming with him to Far, Far Away to become the new king. And multiple times, Shrek outright lies to Artie about the king handpicking him to be heir.
Oh no, in fact, the king asked for you personally.
And his motivation for this is nothing more than shirking responsibility of being king so that he can go fart around in his swamp. But the problem is, he's willing to manipulate a young, impressionable kid into ruling when the...
Remember, Arthur doesn't exist. Oh, right. You're right. This kid shouldn't even exist.
Throne has already been promised to Prince Charming.
To that point, on the ship ride back to Far, Far Away, Shrek is constantly gaslighting Artie into thinking that being king is going to be all fun and games.
Look, I know it's not all going to be fun and games.
It really is all fun and games, actually.
But Donk and Pussy... Shrek fights him for control of the ship, and they end up crashing it and capsizing the ship. Now, eventually, Shrek is able to convince Artie to take on the responsibility that he clearly doesn't want, and the way he does this is by telling Artie,
People used to think I was a monster, but after a while, you learn to ignore the names that people call you, and you just trust who you are.
The problem with this line is that Shrek is actually a giant green monster. We saw in the first film, and it's all throughout the book that this series is based on, he did in fact enjoy scaring humans. This isn't some unfair label, it is an accurate description of who Shrek is. He also preys on Artie's lack of a father figure, because he tells him that although Artie's father wasn't present, at least he didn't try to eat him like Shrek's did.
My father was an ogre. He tried to eat me.
Either this is true and all ogres are vile creatures that should be despised, or Shrek is lying and this is yet another attempt to gaslight Artie even further.
Let's remember back to the most famous line in this entire franchise, ogres have layers. I'm convinced that Shrek would tell Artie his dad was turned into a bar of soap if he thought it would convince him to become king. Why didn't Prince Charming, who also grew up without a father, get this same sympathy from the writers? But that aside, Shrek would rather put an innocent kid's life in danger.
To be fair, Prince Charming was mummied by the fairy godmother.
Than let Prince Charming rule far, far away. Keep in mind, during their struggle on the boat, Shrek slipped up and admitted to Artie that he thinks Artie is a loser.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm going back. Back to what? Being a loser?
He clearly doesn't think this kid has what it takes to rule, but is still fine screwing him and far, far away over if it means he gets to go back home to the swamp.
Despite Shrek's manipulation and deceit, he'll be portrayed as the hero of the movie by the end.
No.
So with that in mind, let's look at what Prince Charming was doing while Shrek was away. There's an early scene where Prince Charming...
Bro, I'm being red-pilled again. I'm sorry, I'm being red-pilled by this game.
He's actually able to galvanize a bunch of the fairy tale creatures at the Poison Apple to help him overthrow Far, Far Away. Now remember that a lot of these creatures hate him because of his mother's actions in Shrek 2. But Prince Charming appeals to them by saying,
Once upon a time, someone decided that we were the losers. There are two sides to every story, and our side has not been told. Who wants their happily ever after? Yeah!
It's also funny that after his rousing speech, these fairy tale creatures immediately start beating the crap out of each other. I'm telling you, man, Farquaad's stance on fairy tale creatures becomes more and more justified with each passing movie.
Farquaad was right, and we all know it. After he convinces them to join forces, Charming uses the fairy tale creatures to siege the city and take control of Far, Far Away. Now, I won't try to defend this on moral grounds, but you have to remember that he had everything taken away from him just because of the actions of his mother.
FYI, not my fault.
And this is a trend that we've seen in Hollywood for a long time. They paint everything white people do as evil, all while overlooking the same actions when they're taken by other races. Remind me, where are all the...
Oh my god. Oh no.
Oscar-winning films about black slave owners, or that one group of people we don't talk about?
People don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
I didn't. Bruh.
That's a whole nother thing. Let's take a break.
Prince Charming rightly resents the unwashed masses because they...
I don't get how they are playing the white replacement angle when the dude Shrek is trying to get King is just another white guy. Nah. He's green colored. This is like ASMR book reading. No, the ASMR was earlier. You missed it. Unfortunate.
Would rather be governed by an ogre than one of their own countrymen.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
And honestly, can we blame Prince Charming for not accepting his destiny being stolen from him, to live in poverty, having to play himself in a crappy play that forces him to relive the worst moments of his life while a crowd mocks him and laughs at him the whole time? Charming wants to put on a play and have Shrek be the star of it to humiliate him the same way that he's been humiliated since the end of Shrek 2, and eventually kill him. He captures Shrek and Artie, but ends up letting Artie go after Shrek admits that he lied to Artie just to get him to come to Far, Far Away.
You weren't really next in line for the throne.
Look, I said whatever I had to say, all right?
I wasn't right for the job. I just needed some fool to replace me, and you fit the bill.
Even whenever Shrek tells the truth, he does so with the intent to manipulate. Now, what's funny is the movie plays this scene as Shrek pretending to lie so that Artie can escape because he cares so deeply about him, but he absolutely doesn't. Now, keep in mind, Prince Charming would have won had he not spared Artie. This whole film relies upon Prince Charming's kindness and mercy.
The same thing is true with Farquaad in the first movie. He upheld his end of the deal with Shrek to give him the deed to his land, and how did Shrek repay him? Busting through the church to steal his princess, and eventually destroying his kingdom.
Now, I think this demonstrates a very valuable message to all of us, which is that half measures and mercy will only end up hurting you when you're dealing with your enemies, because they will absolutely weaponize your morality and compassion against you.
And to be fair, mercy and compassion, these are virtuous things, but when your enemy hates you and wants you erased, those are out the window. And it is true that Prince Charming wanting to force Shrek into this play instead of just killing him is obviously pretty petty, but I do have a hard time arguing that any reasonable person in Charming's circumstances wouldn't want revenge, given that Shrek stole everything from him and left his life in complete shambles. After losing everything, in his desperation, he turned to violence in order to restore order to his now fallen kingdom.
And he even says as much in the movie, because he says,
I am the rightful king of Far, Far Away. And I promise you this, Mother, I will restore dignity to my throne.
Prince Charming is the rightful king of Far, Far Away by agreement with the previous king.
You see, we made a deal, Harold. And I assume you don't want me to go back on my part.
Indeed not.
So Fiona and Charming will be together.
Yes.
And Shrek has absolutely made a mockery of Far, Far Away's traditions and customs, as seen in the beginning of the movie. And Prince Charming is having none of it. And for that, he's the bad guy. He's the villain because he refuses to be replaced.
And keep in mind, Prince Charming isn't motivated solely by vengeance or malice. His primary motivation is fulfilling what he believes to be his destiny and honoring the wishes of his deceased mother. Everything in his life was going according to plan until an outsider intervened.
But now it's time for the big finale. Even when Prince Charming has the upper hand and has Shrek right where he wants him, they have to continue to emasculate him.
You've got to love it when the writers are unintentionally based. They clearly wrote Prince Charming as this effeminate metrosexual to make a mockery of white Europeans, yet somehow with no capital or resources, he single-handedly raised an army and conquered Far, Far Away. And the only reason he lost in the end was the townspeople being mindless drones that would rather be ruled over by an ogre. Not very progressive of the writers to suggest that the only thing that can stop white people is themselves.
And again, just like with Farquaad, Shrek doesn't want to be judged, but man, he sure loves judging other people. I mean, even Rapunzel has her wig pulled off, revealing that she's bald, since even European women must be humiliated if they side with their own race instead of with the invading ogres.
You know, I can't help but think if Rapunzel had just run over a guard in her wagon to protect the other ogres from Far, Far Away's version of ice, the citizens of Far, Far Away would have gladly accepted her as the queen. But if that...
Oh my god. Oh. They make the fat women good. Beautiful women. Killer blade of... Yeah, it's a great shitpost. I love the shitpost, but damn.
Emasculation wasn't enough. They even have a scene where all the women break out of the prison to foil Prince Charming's plan. And it's done in the most retarded way possible, where Lillian headbutts through brick walls. And after she does it, she remarks to Fiona,
"Well, you didn't actually think you got your fighting skills from your father, did you?"
The degree to which they disrespect King Harold
feminism
in this movie is insane, even after his death.
And remember, at the beginning of Shrek 2, he wanted no part of Shrek being his son-in-law, which is totally reasonable. But by the end, he completely cucked and gave in, and they still hate him. But even more disgusting in this scene is the fact that Doris, the ugly stepsister, who we talked about in our Shrek 2 video, is canonically a troon, He's treated like he's one of the princesses and gets his redemption arc from being a joke in Shrek 2 to being a hero in this movie. And need I remind you, he forced himself onto Prince Charming at the end of Shrek 2, and it was played as a joke. And the degeneracy continues here with lines like this.
I know he's a jerk and everything, but I gotta admit, that Charming makes me hotter than July.
And Prince Charming, when he has Shrek chained up on stage, says this to him.
Now, you'll finally know what it's like to have everything you worked for. Everything that's precious to you taken away. Now, you'll know how I felt.
Up until the very end, Prince Charming is the only one with a sensible perspective, and he's treated like he's crazy. He is easily the most sympathetic character in this entire movie, but his very reasonable perspective must be strawmanned into oblivion because the disgruntled Aryan couldn't possibly have a point.
Just as Prince Charming orders his forces to kill Shrek, Artie comes in and gives a rousing speech to the fairy tale creatures. And it's here that he speaks not only to the fairy tale creatures, but also to us, the audience, to deliver one of the movie's core messages.
A good friend of mine once told me that just because people treat you like a villain, or an ogre, or just some loser, it doesn't mean you are one. The thing that matters most is what you think of yourself. If there's something you really want, or someone you really want to be, then the only person standing in your way is you.
He's telling us that our story isn't scripted or pre-written. It's entirely up to us to write our own story. That sounds great in theory, but the actual message the writers are trying to get to or from our society, and we should instead just do what makes us happy.
Yeah, oh no! 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 Oh, I'm gonna die, bro. Just do whatever you want to do, bro. Have no duty whatsoever. Oh my god.
Now this mindset also denies reality because if you're an ogre, no change in behavior will make you not an ogre. And this is more of the don't judge a book by its cover messaging that we see throughout the films aimed at younger audiences. It's a half-truth, because there are some things that are deeper than just someone's outward appearance, but it's being used maliciously here to try and convince us to ignore reality.
But luckily for Artie, the fairy tale creatures and citizens of Far, Far Away are more than happy to have this random kid be their new king and create the perfect utopia where humans, ogres, and giant tree monsters can live together in harmony. After Artie's amazing speech, the Headless Horseman admits,
I've always wanted to play the flute.
Isn't it kind of ironic that Artie's message is you can be whatever you want to be, and the guy without a head says, hey, I want to play the flute? The thing for which you need a head?
I didn't think it'd be a problem because he's still talking through the hole, but like, guess so, yeah.
That might be important for that vocation, I would think.
What?
But don't mind the burning buildings or the people breaking into your house. Just embrace the peaceful new regime as you slowly get replaced in your own country.
Which is the real message of the Shrek series.
It's also incredibly ironic that Artie, the character who preaches this message, is tricked and gaslit into doing the bidding of an outsider who cares nothing about him. Do not fall for this movie's disingenuous framing.
To be honest, I think a lot of people just... this is like the least important movie. The 4 movies.
Shrek cares nothing about Artie. He only wants...
And I have no expectation for the 5th one.
Wants to push it.
It's just cash grab.
His responsibility off on him so that he can go back to his swamp.
His swamp, which Fiona identifies earlier in the movie as being neglected.
Couple more days, and we'll be back home in our vermin-filled shack strewn with fungus, filled with the rotting stench of mud and neglect.
And again, it's ironic because Shrek letting Prince Charming become king would have freed him from the responsibility that he so desperately wanted to avoid. And you can't use the argument that, well, Charming would be a bad ruler, because he's willing to make Artie, who he knows nothing about, the king, and he's already demonstrated he doesn't think Artie will be a good ruler. And Prince Charming has already shown some chops for ruling by being able to galvanize all the fairy tale creatures to his cause.
Now, just before Prince Charming is killed by Shrek, Prince Charming says,
This was supposed to be my happily ever after.
To which Shrek responds,
Well, I guess you need to keep looking, because I'm not giving up mine.
And this brings us to the core issue with the Shrek series. Shrek's happily ever after always comes at the cost of someone else's. Happily ever after.
I mean, the good guys happily ever after always comes at the cost of.
It was not by my hand that I'm once again given
Somebody
flesh.
else. Yo, Ember.
Skyke Timberwing just resubscribed for 6 months. Hi, Dad.
Hello, son.
After is a zero-sum game between Shrek and literally everyone else. Shrek across 3 movies has repeatedly laid claim to things that are not his, and yet he's always portrayed as the hero for it, while everyone else is a villain if they resist him from getting what he wants. Despite the movie framing Shrek as the unconventional—
You're very drunk? Be careful, man. Be well. You too, man.
Conventional hero of the story, he is a lazy, selfish, hypocritical, conniving ogre who would be happy to watch the world burn if it means that he could comfortably live in his swamp. This wouldn't be that much of an issue if he kept to himself and didn't meddle in the affairs of others. But our boy Shrek has wandering eyes. He took Farquaad's girl, killed him, destroyed his kingdom, and in this film, he replaced Prince Charming in his own kingdom and gave his crown to someone else. Shrek is a menace.
And with this framing in mind, the message of Shrek III is crystal clear. If you are unwilling to accept the invasion of your homeland and the redefinition of your traditions, values, and norms by outsiders, you are the problem. And this is reflected in each character. Prince Charming represents the isolated and disenfranchised young white male whose hopes and dreams are destroyed by an outsider, and he's then vilified for resisting replacement within his own home. Shrek represents the outsider who refuses to assimilate, gains power and influence, corrupts its women, and then retreats to his own home after the damage is done. Fiona represents the modern woman who shows no interest in preserving her heritage, fully embraces the lie of multiculturalism, and comes to love the very curse that torments her. King Harold represents the ignorant but well-intentioned boomer who screwed over future generations by being so tolerant that he allowed outsiders en masse through the gates. And finally, Artie represents the puppet for the outsider, which serves as the real authority and figurehead despite being powerless himself. He's naive, inexperienced, out of his depth, and easily deceived into accepting responsibility for which he is clearly unfit. And all of this is solely to carry out the will of the outsiders that are controlling him behind the scenes. And before you use the argument that Artie is also a white European, as Shrek correctly pointed out earlier, he's a loser. He is simply a means to an end for Shrek to escape responsibility and return back to Tel Aviv, his swamp. And on top of just the main cast, the villagers of Far, Far Away are the perfect representatives of modern goy cattle in Western countries. They willingly accept outsiders like Shrek and the other fairy tale creatures, undermining their society, even at great detriment to themselves. Tradition, European folklore, and even Christianity are ridiculed throughout this film. Whether it's knighting ceremonies or christening a ship, Shrek makes a mockery of European traditions. Not to mention, they commit complete cultural vandalism against Arthurian legends by making King Arthur small, weak, and spineless, and making Merlin an old quack. Even Christianity is attacked in the form of 2 stoners at the school Artie's from, talking about smoking frankincense and myrrh.
Hello, bro. Don't burn all my frankincense and myrrh.
Demoralization is the goal here. They want white people to
do that,
to be ashamed of their ancestry and to actively work against their own interests by shaming them. Hollywood is very intent on always making people of European ancestry the villains of every story, even in a silly kids movie about fairy tales. Is it really any wonder so many people still can't catch on to the obvious subversive messaging in these movies, whenever so many people still idolize Hollywood and the evil people that run it? These people subconsciously pump degenerate garbage into the minds of children, all to the roaring applause of the adults in the audience who are too desensitized to care.
Harry dressed it at the end, bro. No, I was not expecting that. Man. Oh, shit. Seriously. I didn't think, yeah. I didn't think Shrek would be so subversive, like progressive subversiveness. Well. Not what I expected. Not at all. A new role. Well, my bad. I had been through. And a video on Kasarians for you. Kasarians. What is Kasarians? That is. Been at this for quite a while though. You know, first Berserkers. Oh, nah, and then all about. You know, this says a lot about you, despite the fact that you tell me that I'm disgusting for clicking the sussy link or redeem on your stream, and you put out feet. God damn. Or the House of Jacob, Kassar, the first Berserker. Yeah, because I need to get back to the game. I need to get back to playing the game for you guys on stream and get to the end of that whole nonsense. All right. Play Night Rain. You know what? I'm missing you guys so off where I'm gonna run the stream now. Benny Chip. All right, we'll do a react. We gotta get the hang of doing reacts with a long. But recently, with power photo that you took can look like you have a sussy redeem. I guess so. Guess so. I'm not you. I'm not you. All right, that was awesome. That was a great day, honestly. For you guys who showed up at the ASMR, thank you. For those of you who were interested in the ASMR and you're like coming in late and you missed it out, sucks to be you, idiots. Yeah, I mean you just go back and watch the VOD if you want to. What if you Garrus ASMR? My guy. We just talked about Rek being subversive. Anyway, thankfully I'm gonna end the stream with I'm gonna end the stream with a fishnet sword. I'm gonna send you guys somewhere. I'm gonna send you guys to Leaflet actually. Right, today I learned that the SEO community has great problems. It does. I mean, it always had great problems. It sucked. It always sucked. I know people took a long time to catch up on that. Yes, Leaflet, the AI guy. Okay, relax. Gets way more money than I do to justify buying art of her character and whatnot. But yeah, she does. Yeah, she does use the AI. You know, Minecraft certainly is a terrible game. Apparently, that sucks. I don't think I ever liked the SAO games or ever thought they were good at all. All right, chat. We're gonna end this night note. Be back tomorrow for what was it called? The continuation and potentially the finale. Potentially, I say for name of the game. Forgot the name of the game. Fucking. God damn it, I forgot the name of the game already, dude. LA Noire, yeah. And after that, we'll do some Resident Evil, but for the next time, we'll just do some games for now. Play some games and get back our schedules. Alright? Thank you for coming in. But yeah, I like this idea that I have. I'm gonna look more into it. And I'm gonna send you all to Leaflet now. There you go. Super serial, man, and I know, please go to bed, man. Don't ruin your sleep or nonsense. Right. I'm gonna go probably relax, play games, go editing. Who the fuck is Leaflet? I know, right? Alright, get the fuck out of my get the fuck out of my house. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night. Bye. Two years of semen stored up in the balls.